Hello, hello, hello. What's going on, people? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Trying to work out some okay. Okay. You can hear me. Is it clear? Going on, Brandy. Put a two in the chat if it's clear. I'm trying to see. All right. BA, what's up? What's going on? I'm glad you could join us. Okay. I gotta, this is my first StreamYard presentation. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was all good. Been preparing a lot for this. So yeah, definitely excited for tonight. Let me just increase the mic a little bit. Audio. Okay. All right. Everything looks a go. Let me pull up my notes here. How's everybody's night going tonight? Before I start, put a one in the chat if you're having a good night tonight. Okay. Okay, BA, I see you. Rushan. Good night, good evening, everybody. Okay, we'll wait for a couple more people to come in. I'm gonna start soon. Glad everything is working. I'm not struggle streaming, as one of my favorite YouTubers, the lead attorney, would put it. Okay. I think when you're streaming, there's a slight delay. So I see TCB World Travel. What's going on? How do I put the comments? Forgive me, guys. This is my first time on StreamYard. What's going on, man? What's up? Okay, I got it. Put some of my day ones in here. Let them get the spotlight. Brandy Green can hear me. BA could hear me. A lot of you guys been rocking with me since like day one. Like I really appreciate that. I really do appreciate that, and I appreciate every one of you. Without further ado, let's get started. There are a few things I'm celebrating tonight. So one, I'm celebrating my birthday, which was 2 days ago now, February 1st. And I'm very excited to be turning 33. I'm 33 years old. And other thing, I mean, as you can see from the balloons behind me, I'm celebrating 1K, 1,000 strong. We're just north of 1K on this channel. And we're also celebrating a year. I started my channel like I think a day or so before my birthday last year. So we're a year strong, 1,000 strong, and we're Jesus age. So, but I'll have many more years and many more decades than he did. So, but still a significant age, still a significant number, and I'm happy to be with you guys. So I just want to give a round of applause, just a quick round of applause. Hold up. Let me give you an applause, a long applause. Give it up for all the day ones, and I want to shout you guys out individually. So some of you are here, some of you aren't. Like you've been commenting on things since like I first started. So Joel Gillis, Brandy Green. Thank you for the happy birthday, Brandy. Yeah, BA doesn't seem like a year has passed. Okay, I just happy belated, Brandy. Happy belated birthday. I chose to actually wait and celebrate with you guys. So I wanted to wait and celebrate, because I felt like, damn, I accomplished so much and it happened, it's happening at the same time. So I wanted to jointly celebrate that. Yeah, BA doesn't seem like a year has passed. It's really quick. But like I said, you're one of my day ones, and I really appreciate that. So yeah, give it up for let me give it up for BA. Let me see. I'm getting my hang of the sound effects right now. So uh, I'm a StreamYard newbie. But thank you guys. Neon Shades, Mark Anthony, Surat. A lot of you guys have been with me since like day one, and I want to celebrate you guys. So this is for you. Um, I've got my lovely wife and assistant here. So can you shoot some poquito ser primera lata? Now es más pequeña. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this little bit is for you guys. Raise voice. Yeah. Oh wow, it kind of. Sorry. You gotta shoot it towards me. Okay. One of this. Yeah. So, you guys, this is for you. Yes. This is for you. Happy 1,000 subscribers here on the channel. You guys are all excellent. I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you very much. And yeah, let's get some confetti for me. It's my birthday, so yes. Happy birthday to me. Like I said, Jesus' age. So let me just give myself a round of applause, and you guys another round of applause. Shout out to you. All right. Enough shameless self promotion. So tonight's live is going to be a very special one, right? It's, first one, but I still wanted to drop some game. I still wanted to drop some insight about what's going on. As you know, on this channel, I like to talk about a lot of things that pertain to remote work, pertain to living abroad, pertain to just this different sort of atmosphere and plane that we're entering on the frontier of remote work. And I've been working in a remote sort of space and landscape for about 6 years, so I've seen it change. I've gone from being one of my only friends or people in my circle that has actually done this or is actually working remote to everybody doing it in the house at the same time, not able to go anywhere, to the dynamics of remote work and the attitudes towards it changing. And I've seen all of that. And I've read articles and I've kept up with things, and I'm noticing some trends and some things I want to share with you. And I want to start off by talking about the state of the remote work in 2024, and just some interesting articles and things I want to share with you guys. And I've got a lot of goodies in this live stream, but I'm kind of hungry a little bit. I want to take a slice of cake. So let me just get a quick slice of cake really quick. You light that up. My wife is gonna sing "Happy Birthday" in Portuguese.
Happy birthday. Parabéns pra você nessa data querida, muitas felicidades, muitos anos de vida, que Deus lhe dê muita saúde e paz, que os anjos digam amém. Parabéns pra você pelo seu aniversário. Chegou a hora de apagar a velhinha, vamos cantar aquela musiquinha. Parabéns pra você pelo seu aniversário.
Let me make a wish really quick.
Yes.
Okay. Let's give it up for my wife. Let's give it up for her. Yeah, I'll eat it later. I just want to let me talk to them. So
Okay.
All right. All right. Let's get. I'll eat it later. Let's get to the show though. But yeah, the state of remote work, it's different in 2024, right? As you guys know, we're going through somewhat of a decline in terms of, the economy. There's a recession, and there's a lot of data that's been going back and forth that's both been positive, but then also it could be because of, certain things that companies are doing, or just certain trends that are happening. So I want to start sharing these things with you, right? So here's an article. I'm going to share my screen really quick by Dahl Consulting. Let me present. Go back to the comments. Yeah. I still need to learn. I still need to learn how to sing "Happy Birthday" in Portuguese. What's up? What's up, cat lovers? What's going on? Now let me share this. Let me share my entire screen. Okay. Let me share this article with you guys really quick. All right, so this is the article by Dahl Consulting, and basically they went into a lot of things that are happening in terms of the stabilization, where remote work is heading, and just the job market in general. The job market is looking very, very competitive right now. They did say in the article, though, that there's been a 5% increase in December as compared to November. And this was the largest month increase from the year 2023. So, this from month to month, the increase, December was the largest. Uh, and if you're looking at this seems positive, but this also could be due to the fact that a lot of companies, they get their hiring budget for the next year at the end of the year. So for Q1 of 2024, they get their budgets in Q4 of 2023. So a lot of hiring starts to happen November, middle November, December, and through January and February. So we could be seeing some of that. That could be just uh, some false optimism or whatever. But I want to be real with you guys and let you know that this could be that could be one of the reasons why. So there is some speculation, though, according to this article, for a light at the end of the tunnel. The Fed hasn't really increased interest rates yet. So if you as the Fed increases interest rates, they do that so we can retract spending, because it costs to borrow, and the cost of credit increases, which is bad for companies and consumers. So this makes people pay more interest. So basically, when the Fed is increasing interest rates, they do it to cool off the spending in the economy and discourage people from borrowing, maybe buying a house. So right now, house interest rates are like through the roof. They're like 6 or 7% last time I checked. Uh, and they're doing this to, they do these things to, reduce inflation because there's so much money in circulation, right? Um, Other things that this article did point out: hiring in tech did increase, information and the media industries as well, that increased. And according to uh, Insight Global, areas prime for growth include healthcare, cybersecurity, e-commerce, biotech, and finance. So that's actually looking good, right? That's actually looking good. So I want to point out another article here as well. It's from Yahoo Finance, right? Let me just open up a new tab here. And this was published like 3 days ago. And like I said, the market is super competitive. We're coming off of the Great Resignation, which happened and started to happen like 2020, when a lot of these remote jobs because of COVID started to, appear. And now we transitioned like in 2021 to 2022 to the Great Reshuffle. A lot of people have never heard of the Great Reshuffle, but the Great Reshuffle um, basically describes a pattern that happened in the job market where 53% of workers, 53% of workers chose to enter a new field. That's more than half of everybody that was on the job market was transitioning into a new career. That's insane. That is very, very insane. So yeah, cat lovers. Yeah, there is seems to be a little bit of a hiring freeze right now. You know, people are stressed out. Companies are stressed out, and they only want to take a gamble on surefire candidates. So people who have a lot of experience, people who have a lot of skill, right? They don't want to give this freedom away so cheaply and so easily. So, especially since their budgets are tight, um, retention is a lot lower than it was, especially as they mandate return to office. So a lot of companies are very, very selective about who they hire, even who they interview, which we'll get into a bit later, right? So, um, and I've noticed this just on a personal level without research because, as you guys know, I'm in tech. I'm a software engineer. So right around 2020, and even before that, I used to get sort of requests and messages from recruiters and a lot of different traction you can say on LinkedIn. And when I say, and I'm telling you, I want to tell you this story. Every day I wake up, there was about like 6 or 7 emails in my inbox, either in my email inbox or my inbox on LinkedIn. And I would get requests for interviews like every week, every single week. Now I'm lucky to get 1 or 2 in a week. And this is someone with 7 years worth of experience. So when I say that this market is rough, it's rough for everyone. The top 1% might be a little bit more, I guess, fluid in the market because of their skill and because of how they present themselves, or not even how they present themselves. They just have a lot of experience and skill. So a lot of the game is that, especially in industries like tech and finance, you have to have a lot of skill to actually be in certain roles. But 53% of people switching into a new career or a new field is actually crazy. And this is what the job market looks like. This is what I want to put in little, let me stop the screen. Yeah, this is what the job market looks like right now. You see that? Let me take this comment off. Yeah. Stop this banner. This is what you're fighting on a new playing field right now. This is what the job market looks like. Everybody's fighting for their share. I remember when I was on LinkedIn, and like LinkedIn is basically almost dead. They have done a terrible job of managing ghost jobs. They've done a terrible job of that. If you don't know, ghost jobs are jobs that employers put on the market, or these different recruiting sites like LinkedIn and other job boards. They put these jobs up there with no intention of filling them. I have a lot of friends who are recruiters in the tech industry, and I talk to them a lot. A lot of them have helped me get jobs before, and they're saying the same thing, that these employers are just putting up jobs for fun. They're putting up jobs. They want to look like they're growing without actually growing, because we know companies do a lot of things to appear juicy to investors, including and not limited to hiring, just beyond belief, or putting up job postings to make it look like they're hiring. Even Jack Dorsey, the former CEO of Twitter, after Elon Musk bought Twitter and he let like whole departments go, Jack Dorsey came out and admitted, he said, yeah, I made a mistake in hiring too much. Like I should have stopped when I knew I should have stopped, but I didn't, you know. And what was the end result? He got bought out. Some other billionaire came and bought and bought Twitter. So as you can see, this is what these companies do. They hire a lot, or at the in other instances, they try to make it seem like they're hiring a lot because to investors it looks like, oh, this company is growing, it's valuable. But a lot of these jobs that are on the market right now, they have no intention of filling. Like I said, when I was back in the days, like the prime days of like remote work and LinkedIn and whatnot, I would get like 5 or 6 requests in a week, minimum, bare minimum, bare minimum. Now, when I go to apply for a job or I look at a job posting, I look at the job posting and I guarantee you, I've never seen this before. Like, even with remote jobs, I've never seen this. After like 2022, 2023, I started seeing this. But there were like 1,500. I remember one day I was applying for a job and I looked at the job and it had like 1,500 applicants already. 1,500. I remember like just 2-3 years ago, the most I'd ever see on an application is like 400. Max like 500. It'd be rare to see 600. So to come and now start seeing 3 times that 1,500, yeah, it's a new playing field we're on right now. Like a handful of remote workers or aspiring remote workers and applicants, I should say, are fighting for like a few job openings. They're fighting for a few jobs that are out there. And this is making the market highly competitive, super competitive, because a lot of people are coming into tech, a lot of people are coming into finance, and all these other career paths where it's very conducive or easier to work remote. Like tech is very easy to work remote, so there's been a flood of people. So if you're a junior, whatever, whether it's engineer, project manager, business analyst, or DBA or cybersecurity specialist, good luck. I mean that honestly. I'm not even trying to be facetious. Like, really, good luck. I'm really rooting for you because it's ugly out there. But I'm going to give you some strategies to circumvent that, because there's a lot of like positions that are remote positions that barely anyone applies for. These are 120, 130, 150, $160,000 jobs. But people don't know that they exist because the technology is changing. And, a lot of people aren't really using or learning these technologies, the new ones and some of the old ones as well. Right. Like I said, I'm going to get into that a little bit further in the live stream. But let's get back to it. Let me just check some of the comments here. They hired a lot and lay off a lot with only 2 weeks of severance pay. Yeah, it's the U.S. for you. It's late stage capitalism for you. What did Brandy Green say? I can relate to this. There were a lot of recruiters in the inbox. It has definitely slowed down now. The job market is very competitive, very competitive. I think now network is even more important. Yep. Who you know, who you know. One of my friends got a job just last week, just off of his network. Like, he's a mobile engineer. Someone was looking for a mobile engineer. He didn't even really interview. Like, the interview was a formality, and his recommendation came from one of his, former coworkers. So one of his coworkers left the job and then recommended him at his new job. So, yeah, man, it's getting really, really tough out there. Okay, Cat Lovers says, I think the best way to get a role with a company is, if you're transitioning to tech, is to do a boot camp that is partnered with a corporate company to guarantee you a job. Yeah, boot camps are expensive though, man. Boot camps are expensive, and they're vicious, like the boot camps, because I think within a lot of them are structured in a way, not all of them, but some of them are structured in a way where After 6 months, you got to start paying that back because they're like $20,000-$30,000 up front, some of them. So, so very few of them are like less than $15,000. Some of them are online completely. Even the completely online ones are super expensive, right? So, you know, in this type of economy where a lot of people are, struggling to get jobs, even there's even people who are senior level um, job titles like engineer, senior level this, senior level that, and you know, say what did cat lovers say? Boot camps nowadays only make you pay after you landed the job. Okay, yeah, yeah. Some of them are like that, but then others they make you pay. Like I know what is this one that was super popular? Um, it's like I think Full Sail Academy. One of these. No, General Assembly. That's what it was. General Assembly, because they were in New York when I was living in New York. I had a couple friends that went there, and I used to code out in their office, like after work and stuff. They had a really nice office, and I met a lot of cool people there. They make you pay like 6 months. You got to start paying that back with interest. With interest. And then yeah. So BA is saying in 2021, a boot camp valued at 15,000. I used my GI Bill for it. Yep. So if you're in the army, they have a lot of incentives. The government, I would say that does do that for people in the army and their government workers. They do have a lot of incentive in all these other programs that you can sign up for that help you with the cost of these things. He said, "Oh, you attended GA too." Yeah, yeah, General Assembly. That's one of the more famous boot camps. So yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Well, at least for you probably had some people in your cohort that, had to pay out of pocket or General Assembly DSI. Was that data science intensive? Said General Assembly DSI. I think that's the data science intensive, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, let's get back to it. Oh, he said, "Yep, that is the data science intensive." So, like I said, so imagine just 10, 11 recruiters hitting you up every week. Now it's only two, if you're lucky. So, like I said, prior to 2023 and late 2022, I was getting so many of these. Now it's just tumbleweeds, like just really slow. Um, And even LinkedIn reported remote postings were down 8.9% in May of 2023 as compared to 20.3% in April 2022. So this mass reshuffling combined with the availability, the lack of availability of remote jobs has made it survival of the fittest in the job market, especially the remote job market. We're not talking about just the job market. We're talking about the remote job market, which has become the fiercest tier because everybody like wants a remote job. That is the ideal for a lot of people in US. But it's flipped now. We have an employer's market. A few years ago it was employees market. There were a lot of jobs, a lot of these remote jobs, but because of the shrinking of the economy and because of borrowing becoming expensive and a tax bill that was introduced, which I'll talk a little bit about later, a lot of companies are starting to retract, starting to let go entire departments. You know, a lot of people like see themselves getting fired in real time. Like it's kind of like the high tide in the ocean where you see the water rising, you're on the beach, you see the water riding and it's coming towards you, then all of a sudden it just hits your feet. That's what's happening in the job market right now. A lot of reshuffling, a lot of people moving around, there's less availability, and these companies are even becoming more cutthroat in the way they hire, the way they recruit people. Like there's so many TikToks I've seen where people have said things like they've gone on 5 rounds of interviews and the employers and the managers at the job that were interviewing them were all jocular and yeah, smiling in their faces, and they get rejected. And I'm like, a lot of these jobs, especially in the tech industry, maybe BA you can relate or anyone else that is in the industry can relate. A lot of these jobs make you do projects. as an interview. They make you do like take home projects that take, anywhere between 3 to 10 hours to complete. Then they bring you on site and have you do other types of interviews, like other type of skill-based interviews. Then they do I don't know what the heck a culture fit interview is. I just feel like that's a way of like sort of rejecting people that you don't like. That's what I think it is, you know. So there's that culture fit interview. And then there's also maybe meeting with a CTO or CFO or something. Like there's all these interviews, and then you're going to come and reject me at the end of all of that? Not even pay me for my time? Like I just went through 6 rounds of interviews. It's crazy, you know? And they in a way they get to do that. And it's not like they get to do that, but since they have so much they have like so many options, and there's such an availability of candidates, they just do it. Especially in a remote job market where everybody's like gunning for a remote job. Like a lot of people don't even look hybrid way. They don't even look in the way of a hybrid job. So right now, because it's survival of the fittest, you can't get remote jobs without having the top set of skills. And there's a lot of skills where you don't even need to be the top 1% or the top 10% or whatever, because the career path is so new. And like I'm going to talk about that later in the live stream. The career path is so new. A lot of these technologies are so new that you barely need 2-3 years worth of experience. But a lot of people don't know that these things exist. But I'm going to show you a lot of that later. So yeah, like I said, it's an employer's market. And Resume Builder, the website Resume Builder, also reported that 90% of employers, 90%, that's most of them, 90% of employers are planning on having their workers return to the office by 2024. So they did a survey of a bunch of companies. I think the survey size was about 500. And these companies were asked, okay, what is your plan in terms of remote work in 2024? And they said, yeah, we're bringing people back to the office. People are slowly trickling back in. Companies are slowly bringing people back into the office. People that were home for 2 years, 3 years, and now got to come back to the office after all that. People have started new lives in other countries and other states, and they got to come back to the office. That's if they decide to keep those jobs, which, because it's an employer's market, like I said, the employers have the leverage now. So they can, mandate these return to office policies, knowing that even if you quit, they still have a pool of employees that they can go choose from. And let me see what's the. So yeah, it's definitely a different sort of world. Let me get to some of these comments here. What is BA saying? In 2016, I went through 10 rounds of interviews. I got the job though. That's good. That's good. 10 rounds. 10 rounds. It was incredibly frustrating. Man, I would have been pissed if I went through 10 rounds of interviews. Like, what? Bruh. 10 rounds of interviews is crazy. That is actually really, really crazy, man. Like I'm glad you got that job, because I would have, like, I don't even know what I've done. 10 rounds is crazy. So what is Eric Serrano saying? A lot of these return to office initiatives are because chambers of commerce are lobbying the state to bring employees back, so they spend locally. Yeah. I mean, there was one article, I didn't cite this article in the live stream because I didn't plan on bringing this up, but you bring up a good point, because I'm from New York. So the MTA, they reported a loss of like maybe 3 billion, 3 billion in revenue, because a lot of people are working from home. So they're not needing to take the train. And the train in New York is expensive. It's like $2.95 one way now. I went back. in the summer. It was $295 for one way. It's $120 for a monthly pass. I think they upped it to 130 now. So imagine you're not getting $130 a month from millions or, hundreds of thousands of people. That's millions and millions and billions of dollars worth of revenue that you're not getting. So of course they're going to lobby state officials, um, you know, so they can change laws and remote laws. And there's one law that's, it's kind of messing things up too. So I want to, like I said, I want to talk about that later. But yeah, you've got, because when think about you as an employee, when you go to the office, what do? Transportation, take the train, your morning coffee, your lunch, um, the other things around your office. Like if you're in a big city like Chicago, LA, New York, Houston, um, Miami, all of these places have city centers where if you're an employee, you might just stumble in a mall or something and spend $50. So that loss of revenue is going to prompt a lot of companies to lobby these politicians so that they can get these laws passed, that make people return to the office. A lot of this is about control, right? That's what it's about, and that's what it comes down to. Employers and employees are jockeying for control. We've already proved that we can work from home. A lot of these companies, Netflix, Amazon, Facebook, Twitter, all of them grew by billions of dollars during the pandemic while everyone was home. So a lot of people are like, "Hey, we can do this from home." But employers lose a degree of control, right? And it's essential to control what you see, what you consume, what your environment is like, because the less of that they control, the more freedom you have, even if it's mentally. For instance, if you're like living somewhere peacefully, like I'm living near a beach right now, not to brag or anything, but there's nothing that can make me go back to an office, right? I get to control what I see every day, you know? So I don't have the images of, this employer that's trying to make it seem like we're a family. We're not a family, you know? We're not a family at all. So all these little perks and things in the office, that's to get you to stay. Yeah, they're cool, some of them, yeah, but in the grand scheme of things, they mean very, very little when you could be like halfway around the world or halfway around the country, you know? So you didn't miss much, Sean Price. We're just getting into the thick of things. You're just getting into the thick of things. But like I said, these employers, they want to control you. They want to control where you work, your taxes. They want to control, you know, they just want to control their employees. Like I said, it's easier to have them succumb to your will, like have employees succumb to your will when they're close to you. When they're a mile or two away from you, like it's easier for them to control you. Like, hey, you have to come in for this or report, or you have to come in for uh, these whatever. Like it's all about control. I agree. Before I left the workforce, I was remote. If I return, I can't return to an office. Nope. Yeah, I mean, like once you can control your environment, you can control who you see. That annoying coworker doesn't really matter to you anymore. That annoying coworker that I encounter, like very sparingly through Teams, that person doesn't matter anymore. I could just go cool off at the beach, go, drink some coconut water, go relax. And these companies know that. And then the thing about that is when you start to control your environment, your thoughts are going to start to change. Like you're going to be like, okay, now how can I start to control my time? Because that environment, how they have like a gateway drug. That is, I don't know, like that's like a gateway experience, controlling your environment, controlling your location. Because then you're going to be like, how can I control my money? Like I don't want to get paid once every 2 Fridays. I want to get paid every day, or when I choose to send invoices to clients. They don't like people to be entrepreneurial minded. So when you have your own office, your own location, you start these thoughts start to creep in, and it does affect your work. Like it does affect your work. You do have those people, and I'm like one of those people who, if I'm in an office and I leave the office, I see how much freedom I have, and I'm like, okay, now how can I have even more freedom? Freedom is addictive. It is addictive. Once you get a taste of it, you're gonna want more of it. You're gonna swim in it, and you know they can't control that once the beast is out, once it's loose. So yeah, it's crazy. It's definitely crazy. So what we got next? We've got ATS Software. What do we got? Let me see if I have any overlays. So yeah, what are ATS softwares? Like a lot of people don't know that that's a thing. And basically what that is applicant tracking software. So it allows recruitment and HR departments and companies to electronically and automatically track a pool of applicants. So these softwares allow these rules to be written where it scrapes the resume. And if you don't have certain keywords on your resume, if you don't have certain things on your resume, you won't even make it through the filter. And don't try keyword stuffing, because a lot of these HR made or HR built these softwares built for HR recruitment and applicant tracking softwares, they can spot keyword stuffing. So one way to like kind of beat these ATS softwares is to use action-based bullet points that incorporate keywords and show tangible, measurable results. So instead of saying I don't know, as an example, I manage database work or whatever. I'm trying to think of some arbitrary example. You show like maybe you manage a team or maybe you manage a project and there was a percentage increase in sales, a percentage increase in revenue, a percentage decrease in bugs, or you know maybe malignant traffic if you're in the cybersecurity, something like that. So you have to have action-based bullet points that incorporate the keywords that these softwares are targeting and also show that you've made a tangible result. I mean, if you got to lie about it, just make sure you just have it in there, a tangible result. Include a skill section as well. You got to tailor your resume to that job. You know, even something as small as the type of file you submit. Like I said, they're ruthless. Like if they say to submit a PDF file, do not submit a Word, even if it takes a Word file, because they can, program these softwares or just configure them on a recruiter end to only take PDF files, because they've got so many applicants. They need ways to further filter the applicants, and that they have available in their pool. So submit the file that was asked for. Now, got something really, really interesting that I found, right? Really, really interesting. There's some interesting trends going on. And let me just bring this up. We've got companies that are hiring US candidates and hiring people from the US. Now let me see if I can, how do I do this? I don't know how to change the layout. Anyway, I'll just put this up on the screen. There is some sort of light at the tunnel. There is a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. These are companies that are hiring. They are hiring American workers, because this is what's happening, right? America, United States, we have the most talented pool when it comes to a lot of fields, in healthcare, in tech, in finance. We have very, very talented people. So now we have companies across the globe, in Singapore and France and United Kingdom and Germany, that are hiring remote workers from the US. And this is just a few of them. Fluent U and Static Media. This is like a tip of the iceberg. There's so many of them, right? And in fact, right, according to, let me switch back here and turn this off. According to Deal.com, and Deal is an HR platform that specializes in global hiring. The number of companies that hired remote workers from the US grew by, get this, 62%. 62%. That is crazy. So, like I said, a lot of these countries, even Japan is on that list. They're hiring remote workers from the United States, and they're paying them a salary that's almost tantamount to what they would get in the United States. And let me bring up a CBS article. Let me bring that up. Pode sair se você quiser.
Okay.
Let me share my screen really quick. Let me bring up this article. So here's an article from Money Watch on CBS News. Let me get this pop-up out of here. And here's the title of the article. Let me bring that up a little bit bigger. Having trouble finding remote work? Foreign companies might hire you. Right? And this was published January 26th, so last week. So basically, it goes into detail about how a lot of foreign companies are starting to hire U.S. employees. They even have they're even reporting the same statistic as Deal right here. I didn't even see that, where it says in 2023, overseas companies hired 63% more United States employees compared to the previous year. Okay, this is Deal right here. So they're getting that data from Deal as well. But yeah, that's crazy. 300,000 contracts between workers, including contractors and full-time employees, and companies across 160 countries. Like I said, it's a lot of countries that are hiring. A lot of countries. I'm going to show you some job boards and things like that you can find some of these companies. So yeah, foreign firms, they're scooping up a lot of U.S. talent because of the immense late stage capitals in the United States and the want to control, the average worker in the United States. Other countries that are trying to get a leg up as well on the United States are saying, hey, we're going to do the same thing that you've done for decades, which was hire your best talent, because now your best talent doesn't want to work in the office. They want to work remote. And a lot of companies, since they have this luxury, as they see it, of employees or potential employees and candidates that they see out in the market, they're like, yo, listen, if you don't want to work remote, we have other people that are willing to come into the office. But the best talent, the creme de la creme of the crop, they're saying, no, I want to work remote. And this company in Singapore, this company in France, this company in Germany, this company in the UK, and 160 other countries. I mean, there's only like 193 or 200 or so, right? They're showing me that I could, basically earn pretty much close to what I was earning here, sometimes the exact number, and in other cases more. And get this, those countries, they have better vacation days. Yo, I was talking to my cousin. He's from the UK. He's from London, right? I used to see him travel a lot. And I'm like, yo, do you have a job? Like, yo, why are you traveling so much? This was like a few years ago, before the pandemic. He's like, no. I just, have some vacation days, and I'm mandated to use them. I'm like required to use them before they run out. I said, how many vacation days do you have? He's like, oh, 60. 60? 60? Let me go into my sound effects real quick, because he said 60 vacation days.
Oh my God.
I was a little late. But 60 vacation days, and it's like that in a lot of countries. They not only have a lot of vacation days, they get a lot of PTO, what do they call it? Not PTO, maternity leave, sick leave. They get a lot more benefits. And also, even though they pay a little bit more taxes, I mean, healthcare is free. So you don't have that looming thought of, hey, what if I get injured, or what if I get gravely ill or something like that? So their roads are clean, and their society works, So a lot of people are getting jobs in these countries, and these countries will not only expense their health care and give them a lot of vacation days, they let them work remote. They are letting them work remote, which is what a lot of people want right now. And for a lot of these countries, um, a lot of these companies are trailing behind US companies. So to get a leg up on the US companies, because all these companies are competing, to get a leg up on them, they're gonna say, "Hey, let's hire this American talent. Let you work remote. Psh, we'll give you more than that. We'll give you 60 vacation days. We'll pay for all your health care. We'll fly you out to Sweden 3-4 times a year." So that's what's happening. That's what's happening in the United States. And I want to show you another article. Let me just pull it up here. Let me go back into my notes. And this is from, I think this is from CNBC. This is from Yahoo. Which one was this one? Got the tiny URL, just to shorten the URL. Yeah, this is from CNBC Make It. And they're saying this was also published like a week ago. US workers are getting scooped up by international companies hiring remote roles. You know? So you see that this is what people want. This is what they're afraid of. This woman who's working on her laptop in front of a panoramic window with a mountain view. That's what people want. They don't care about the snacks in the fridge in the office. They don't care about, the game room. They don't care about all these little fluffy little perks that you're probably never going to use. Like I probably like all those companies that have like all these little perks. I probably worked for like 2 of them in my past, right? And the first one I worked for, they had a lot. And this was like before I started working remote, but this is like my first software engineering job. They had a bunch of just snacks and stuff and all that startup-y stuff, that startup-y, cool, hip, young, millennial focused tech company stuff, right? I barely used any of that. Barely played the Xbox. I didn't really. I just wanted to. I remember they let us work from home a couple times, and it was so gratifying. And I was like, "This is amazing." That was to me better than the kombucha in the fridge. I didn't really care about the kombucha. I mean, I stocked some of them home, like like on a Friday when they were cleaning everything out. I would like get a bunch of kombucha and just put it in my bag. Get a bunch of their snacks, put it in my bag, and take it home because shit was expensive in New York. So definitely stocked up on stuff when I need it. So it was good for that. But would I trade that for like working remote? Hell no. Hell no. I mean, look at this woman. I don't know where this is. It could be in North Dakota or somewhere, but I can relate to this feeling. You can see she's probably working in tech. She's got like a little bit of code on her screen or something. But I can relate to this feeling of wanting to be liberated from an office, because why do we need to go there? We've got so many technology that can help us work more efficiently. And we save time. We save time on the lunch breaks. We save time on the commuting. I was spending almost 2 hours commuting every day living in New York. You know what I mean? So look at these companies that are what they're doing now. These companies are hiring from other countries. They're hiring American. They're scooping, like they said, scooping up Americans. Let me scroll up. Oh, wow. Is it freezing on me? There we go. Scooping us up. They're scooping Americans up because of that one simple little thing. Letting people work from home. They'll let you work from home if you're good talent, So yeah. But one thing that you should consider when you are working for an international country or a company, international company, is the tax liabilities. You have to talk to tax professionals and see what the taxes that you've paid already from the country of origin in which your job is, and what you have to pay to the U.S. So you got to definitely consider your tax liabilities. Talk to a tax professional in your home country, which is the U.S., and the country in which your company is based, your new foreign company is based. Talk to them, see how you can save on taxes, see what incentives they offer for remote workers abroad in terms of taxes. Another thing is time zones. You got to be there. It's not all it's not all glory and it's not all glitz and glam. Like there's some things to consider. Like I don't think I could ever work for a country or a company keep saying country. I don't know why. I don't think I can ever work for a company that's based out in Far East Asia because of the time zone. You know, I know a lot of these nomads, digital nomads that trip out to Bali and trip out to Singapore or go out to Thailand, and they have US based jobs, and they have to manage a time zone difference of like 13 hours. They're working at like 2 in the morning. Like their workday begins at like 7, 8 p.m. That's ridiculous. And then it lasting through the morning. So you got to be very cognizant of the differences in time. You also have to be very cognizant of the cultural norms. The things that are acceptable in the U.S. workplace are probably not acceptable abroad, right? And in terms of like their online culture as well, like there's probably things that you have to consider, and also their holidays as well. And our holidays, like no one really celebrates any U.S. holidays. They don't celebrate 4th of July, and they don't celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day and everything like that. But they do have like their own holidays that you have to be aware of too. So there's a lot of things to consider. Let's get to the comments really quick. Get to the comments. All right, this is an interesting question. Rocky, as a tech worker, what do you think about ChatGPT? I find a great tool. I find it to be a great tool in finding what? I find GPT a great tool in finding silly bugs. Yes, yes, it is a great tool. But what I say, and what a lot of engineers and even the company that makes ChatGPT, OpenAI, they say this: to use a tool effectively, you have to have a lot of context in whatever you're trying to get answers for. So if you're looking for some Excel formula, the better you are in Excel, the better answer it will give you, because you'll be able to give it more context. So in terms of finding bugs and in your code and all that other stuff, the more context you have into software engineering or data analytics or whatever you're doing, the more context you can give it, the more edge cases, the more nuances, the more information you can feed it, because computers are very stupid. They do things extremely literally, like extremely literally. Anyone in tech can tell you that they follow instructions to a T. Like they follow instructions, and like you have to give it a lot of context, because they're not like humans. Humans, you can say something, and even something very subtle, and we'll pick up on context. We'll pick up on moods. Like that's the difference between us and AI, is that we have these other sensories that we can use to sort of like figure something out with very little context, but they don't. It's still a long way before they replace people like engineers and other very technical roles as well, because that context does matter. And I mean, it's a cool tool. Like these AI tools are definitely very cool, but some of them are very cumbersome. And in order to get the best results from them, you really have to have a lot of context into what you're trying to answer, or the answers you're trying to get. Yeah, it's a great tutor for school age kids. That's true. Put that comment on the. Okay, I gotta close the old comment. Oh man. Okay. Gonna check out his video on how to bypass that and work in any country you choose. Yeah, I do offer a service here on my channel, and here in this this, I guess I'm a remote work or travel I'm not a travel influencer. I guess I can say I've worked remote for a long time. I have a lot of insight and things to offer. So one of them is these travel routers that I set up for people. I've set them up for people. I'm just checking some of the comments. I've set them up for a lot of people, and there are some things you have to know about using these routers. Number one is Some countries, they do not work because there's a lot of internet censorship. Countries like Egypt, countries like Oman, countries like Iraq, a lot of countries in the Gulf, they have a lot of strict internet censorship. Anyone who's been in Dubai knows this. I think they have like a different version of WhatsApp out there, and the Middle Eastern countries, a lot of them are very censored when it comes to their internet. So any encrypted traffic is no bueno out there. So this is why, like, when people come to me and they want these routers, done for them, I ask them like, "Where are you going?" Because that matters. I don't want you to get somewhere, like we fixed the router, we set it up for you, and you go out to Oman or UAE or Egypt and it's not working. It's happened to one of my clients before. Unbeknownst to me and to her, like Egypt has very strict, they have very strict VPN laws, like a couple other countries. So that's one thing, like I want to tell people now. It's like, hey, listen, this works, but you have to be cognizant of what country you're going to. Okay, what company is this? Official Marcus. What company is that you're talking about? And one other thing I want to say about that, those router setups that I do, is because I want you guys to have a full picture of this, right? Most IT departments, they have a responsibility to check for malignant traffic. Encrypted traffic, for the most part, flies under the radar. Now, every company has different set of security rules, so I can't guarantee success everywhere. But it's an extra layer of protection. It's an extra layer of protection that you have while you're working abroad that's allow you to work remote. And like I said in these videos where I promote this, I've been doing this for 3 years. I've worked 2 jobs doing this. Nobody knew. Government job, a job where I was working with HIPAA data. Like, nobody knew. Like, it just depends on their security. Let me tell you the best type of company to do this for. And I just set this up for a dude today. He's actually on his way to Brazil. It's an African guy as well. The best type of company to do these VPN router site-to-site connections that I offer is a smaller late-stage startup. And let me tell you why. And I worked for a startup like this, and it was amazing. Their IT departments are relatively small. And when I say IT, I mean their networking, cybersecurity. A lot of them have like larger engineering departments because they're focused on product, they're product based. But in terms of like security, they have small or smaller IT departments. And a lot of times they actually outsource their like cybersecurity needs and everything. And a lot of these outsourced companies that they use are just like whatever. They're not really robust, I should say. They take care of their basic security needs, but they're not going to do a lot of deep packet inspection or a lot of other advanced methods which they could use to see that you're using one of these routers, but they're not going to do that. Most companies are not going to do that. Trust me, most companies are not going to do that. It's just like ADT, for example. ADT does not promise that you're not going to get robbed at all. But I'm sure you would want that on your house instead of just a turnkey lock. They don't ever promise that you're not going to get robbed. In fact, people can crack these home security systems, but the likelihood of it happening, because you're going to get that 10 years for breaking and entering. So they're probably going to, if you don't live in some nice mansion, it's probably not going to be you. And this is analogous to, if you're not working with some sensitive data, like if you're not working for a company like CrowdStrike, which is like cybersecurity. I did a contract for CrowdStrike before the pandemic, and they're really, really tight on their security. So if you're not working for a company like that, chances are you can get away with this. Yes, yes. Let's bring that comment up from Eric Serrano. Hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Would a site-to-site VPN be effective for working remotely with company-provided equipment? Yes, I've only used company-provided equipment because this is what it does. You're essentially configuring hardware, and one of those pieces of hardware, the client is talking to the server, and the server is connected to your ISP router. So that's your AT&T, your Verizon, your Spectrum routers, right? And they're talking through an encrypted tunnel over a port. And you're basically, because when you search the internet, when you browse the internet, you're sending out network packets. So you're basically handing these network packets to the server, which is connected to your ISP. Then it goes out through your Verizon router, your Spectrum router, and then it it gets the whatever request that you wanted, and it sends out request. Sorry, it gets whatever response you wanted, and it sends out request as your ISP router. So using its IP address and the ISP and all that information, you will see that. Let me open my oh man, I don't want to use VPN because I want to show you something, but I'm connected to Ethernet because when you stream, you should be connected to Ethernet. But I want to show you something. Let me just see if I can just open Nord real quick, just to illustrate an example, right? Let me actually put it on the screen because I got this other screen showing. This is my Nord. Let me scroll up to. Let me just scroll up to a random city and connect. Hopefully, I don't lose you guys. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. All right, I just want to show you. So when you can you guys hear and see me? Is everything still clear? Because I lost you guys for a second connecting to that VPN. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. You can hear and see me well. Okay, yes, sir. One. Okay. All right. Cool. Baby, you can leave if you want. Oh, your wife is my biggest fan. She's watching me in the corner there. But yeah, let me just say, what's my IP address? All right. Now I picked the New York IP address, and like I want to illustrate a point, and this is why these routers continue. All right, so oh boy, it's freezing up here. Struggle streaming. Okay, here we go. Okay. We're good. We're good. Why is it like? Let me to scroll. Yeah, ghosted himself. Yo, I don't know what happened, man. The internet just when I switched from the VPN back to my local internet, um some shit happened. So anyway, I'm gonna just because I shouldn't have been doing that anyway. That's kind of dangerous because I have all you guys here watching. Sorry about that. But let me share my screen again. I just took a screenshot of what you would see in a VPN, or if you're using a VPN. So let me bring that screen back up. Let me bring that up. All right, all right, all right. So let me bring this up. Let me kind of hope you guys can see that. So as you can see, in the ISP section here, you have Rapid Daddy LLC. I've never heard of them. It's not Verizon. It's not Optimum. It's not Spectrum. But if we Google that, Rapid Daddy LLC, what was it? Rapid Daddy LLC. We see that this is a B2B company, right? You see where their official website is right here. Open that. So yeah, they're a B2B company. They're not, they do dedicated server management and basically just server sort of management for different companies, including VPN companies. So when you're using a VPN, your ISP information is being shown as one of these companies. So when you're using Nord, like I was just using, or using Ghost VPN or Rapid VPN, you basically have that that ISP that's showing that's going to be from some other different company. So what is Jason Anderson saying? He said, yeah, for site to site, you have to be careful with the terminating route. They get blocked by larger corporations. Yeah. So with the site to site VPNs, they do have these little buttons on the side that allow you to kill the VPN connection automatically. So and that helps with staying undetected. So it's a better solution for me than using a VPN. And you can even use like one of these commercial VPNs inside the router if you want to. Now, I wouldn't do that for working remote, but it's good if you want to like have secure internet in a different country or something. So I definitely would invest in that if you're trying to work and live abroad. Like I said, it's way better than using a VPN. So but let's get back to the live here. So all right, so you basically have to have the skills to pay the bills. Again, I'm back, everyone. Sorry for dipping out on you while switching to VPNs. But yeah, the top skills for landing remote jobs, right? According to FlexJobs, the top skills are in tech, they're in marketing, they're in accounting and finance, project management, and medical health. Like, so basically med tech. So these sorts of skills are going to allow you to work remote. You got to skill up now. Like a lot of these customer service jobs and all these other lower skilled remote jobs, they're a tough cookie to find. Okay, I have another question. Let me just answer this real quick. Are you a self-taught engineer or have a CS degree? I'm trying a career shift into being self-taught full stack with the climate of tech jobs. I wonder if I should invest in developing the skill. Yes, you should invest in it. And to answer your question, I am a little bit of both. So I got a degree, didn't finish it, finished the rest by myself. Like I just started teaching myself. And later on, I finished it. So yeah, I started off majoring economics, computer science, finished just the economics degree. then went to a community college and finished the rest of those credits for the computer science degree. So yeah, a bit of both. But looking back at it, I probably would have just tried to teach myself because it's expensive. College is expensive, you know. And I didn't really have much loans, but a lot of people do have like hefty loans that like encumber them for years. So uh if you could, I'd say go with the self-taught route, but you have to have very specific, very specific instruction and very like targeted instruction, because what happens when you're a self-taught engineer is um, you basically have gaps in your knowledge, and these gaps in your knowledge make you sort of like doubt yourself, number one, and also you kind of just have these blind spots when you're working, right? When you get on a job market or when you get into an actual job, you'll start to see that there's some things that your coworkers know that you probably didn't learn. Like you probably didn't like think it was like necessary, or you didn't even know that you needed to learn systems design, or maybe you didn't know that you needed to learn some sort of cloud technology, or you needed to know like UML, like how to map out objects, or just other technical things that help the engineering process, because there's a whole engineering life cycle. And being self-taught, you have all these blind spots. So that's the downside, and that's the disadvantage of being self-taught. Like one of the major advantages obviously is that it's cheaper. It's cheaper, and you have a variety of options as to who can teach you. With the boot camp, with school, you have the professors that they have on staff. You can't try a bunch of different professors in networking and see which one you like. Self-taught, you can try a bunch of networking professionals and see which one teaches the best. And just for you, brown sugar babe, um, it sounds funny to say. There is a site. I'm gonna go to the site right now. It's called, what's it called? Roadmap.sh. So Roadmap SH is a good site if you're self-taught, because what this does, it gives you, like in the name, it implies a full-on roadmap. So like you want to become a full stack engineer, boom. I'm gonna put this in the chat too, just so I don't know if you guys can see. Oh, you guys can't see because I'm not presenting. Let me share my entire screen. Boom, there we go. Sorry, but I'll put it in the chat as well. So this is roadmap.sh, but let me put it in the chat, roadmap.sh. So for everyone that's trying to learn some sort of tech skill, this site is very good. Let me go back to the home page. And so you have developer roadmaps. You have everything from AI and data scientists to software architects, cybersecurity. I get a lot of cybersecurity questions. ASP.NET, blockchain. We're going to talk about blockchain a little bit later. This is something to pay attention to. Technical writing, and they add new things to it. Then you have skill-based roadmaps, right? You have, computer science. So everything you learn in a computer science degree is here, right? Everything, and as the name implies, it's a roadmap. So basically, from step to step, I think these yellow boxes are the ones that are mandatory, and then these are like these subsets of these boxes. So some of these are optional, like you pick a language like C++, C, or Java, then you learn that. But you're going to have these tech skills to actually compete in the market. And this is a good site that can help you, roadmap.sh. So you got a lot of guides and everything. So you have a lot of different career paths that you can just look at a glance and see what you need to learn. So yeah, that's a great question. Yes, cybersecurity, Jason Anderson. Yes, cybersecurity is on fire right now. On fire. Cybersecurity, if you want a job, remote job, right? And especially one in the government sector, let me tell you, listen, working in the government sector is lit. Like I think the two government jobs I've worked, right? It took me like 3 weeks just to get my laptop set up. That's 3 weeks I'm getting paid. Put a 1 in the chat if you work the government job and you can relate. That's 3 weeks I'm getting paid. Like there's a lot of checks and balances and a little bit of bureaucracy, and there's a lot of approval layers in the government. when you're working with these government agencies. And because of that, it slows your work down. Now, you do have to work when you do get into the swing of things, but that initial, especially if you're working a job where you need a clearance, sometimes your clearance hasn't fully cleared yet. So you can't have access to certain like applications or certain like networking, whatever. Yeah. So you basically you're just chilling for a couple weeks. Government contracting with a TS or a CSI is higher is automatic six figures. Yes. Even even with like a public trust. Public trust, I was making six figures. Like a public trust that will get you, a lot of six-figure jobs. Even Microsoft and Google are in a public sector. Yeah. You have a lot of these private companies that are offering solutions for the public sector because government contracting is huge. It is huge. And they have a lot of remote jobs that they need to fill, especially in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is on fire right now. So if you're looking for a job that's going to be remote, a job that's going to be chill, and a job in a sector or part of the tech sector that is on fire, definitely check out cybersecurity. Look at this roadmap. See what you need to earn, or see what you need to learn. Sorry, so that you can earn. See what you need to learn so you can earn, right? And there's these certificates. These are some of the certificates that you should pay attention to if you're going into cybersecurity. You've got the CompTIA A plus. You've got the Security Plus. You've got quite a few of these. You've got the Cisco certified CCNP, CCDP. They've got so many accolades. Like, listen, cybersecurity has so many certifications. You can get like so lost into these certifications. But there's one guy on YouTube, and he basically breaks down all the cybersecurity certifications that are actually worth something. You know what I mean? So some of these are not, when I say worth something, they're worth something to employers. So I'm gonna go find his page really quick. Give me a second. It's like something. What is his name? I know I follow him somewhere. I'm gonna try and find his page, but he has a lot of insight in the cybersecurity field, and I know a lot of you are interested in that because I do get DMs and I do get comments about that. And I wanted to make a video and actually plug his channel because, like, all those questions you can just go and watch his content. Because like I'm a software guy, I know a little bit about cybersecurity, about networking as well. I have, in the past studied for very vigorously a networking certification as well. So, and then also studied in school. So, where is this guy? I can't find it now. So let's just proceed with the stream. But I'll definitely plug you guys when I find his channel. I think it's like on one of my other channels. I follow him, but definitely, there's a lot. This is a Unix guy. Temi07. Temi, is that like Olutemi or that like Nigerian origin? Temi. AWS and Azure had a dogfight to get that government contract to build out the government's cloud. Yes, the government love Azure. Like if you learn Microsoft cloud technologies, that's where the government leans towards, because AWS they have more market share and they have a lot more robust solutions, but they're expensive. And a lot of these governments, they're on budgets, and these budgets, they can only like last for a few years. Like they have a budget allotted for a contract for a few years. So that initial overhead, especially when they haven't like put out a product, or a lot of it is like redeveloping a site or some sort of application, maybe building a more robust or more secure application, or handling some other security needs. So they don't want to spend a lot of money in the initial, like the offset, because they're not making profit, right? They're not making profit. So they go for the cheaper option that works. And a lot of times that's Azure. Like Amazon is expensive. Let me tell you guys, Amazon makes most of their money from AWS. AWS has like an 80% market share with like cloud technology out there on the market. That is another thing that you should learn if you're trying to get a remote job is AWS. AWS. Yo, one of my homies, and I basically coached him, I coached him into a career in tech. So he basically got like 4 AWS certifications and now he's a DevOps engineer. And DevOps, they have a roadmap. You've met him, John. Yeah. So my wife has met him. He's like one of my best friends. So I helped him get, one of my friends in Texas. I helped him get a remote job. So as you can see on this DevOps map, let me try and expand it a little bit. A lot of these tools, like AWS, Azure, cloud, blah, 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 version control systems, they cross over to a lot of these tools and technologies. They cross over to other parts of tech. There's a lot of overlap in tech. And getting an AWS certification, especially since a lot of them, especially when you go past the associate level, are difficult to obtain, they're highly sought after. Like after he got his 4th certification, he was telling me like, listen, I have so many requests for jobs coming in. This is around early 2021 and 22 too. Early 2021 and early 2022 or late 2022. So these companies were still hiring. And AWS is definitely something you should definitely look into if you're trying to get into the whole tech space. I definitely wouldn't shy away from engineering unless it's one of those niches in engineering. I'm working in AWS security. Yeah. So, it's definitely sought after. Like it's definitely sought after. But as I was saying, I wouldn't recommend software engineering unless you're going into a very niche part of engineering, to be honest with you, right? There's a lot of people who want to become software engineers, and a lot of people are using this technology called React in software engineering, and then the market is flooded. It's full of React developers, full of React front-end developers. Just like kind of stay away from front-end for a while, because if you're trying to get a job and you don't have any experience, like I can go and do that and get a job, right? Because I have 7 years experience. But if you're just starting out, like try and go into a niche that not a lot of people are in. And I'll talk about that. BA says diversification of skill set is invaluable. Yes, it is. I'm Linux admin, but I can code in Python fluently, and I have a general idea of data analytics. Yes. So like I was saying before, you got to have the skills to pay the bills in this market. You have to have the skills to pay the bills in this market. And you're going to have to maybe pivot like you just saw, like 53% of the job market has switched and pivoted, sometimes into a whole new industry, and other people maybe they gone from a UX engineer to cloud engineer or something like that, a UX designer into a cloud engineer. So there's a little bit of a curve they had to sort of climb. So you can pivot within your own industry as well. Pivot to something that's more niche. The riches are in the niches. The riches are in the niches right now. So if you can be in a niche that is not too served, like it's not really well served, then you're good. Then you are good. All right, let me see. Let me see if we have any more comments. Nope. How's everybody's Saturday going? Put a 2 if you're having a good Saturday night. If you're chilling and you're vibing here with me, you're having a good Saturday night, put a 2 in the chat for me. Put a 3 in the chat if you've learned something new and you're loving the live. Put a 3 in the chat if you're loving the live and you've learned something new. Okay. All right, so let's talk about, let's go back to, let me stop this share. How we do stop the share. let's talk about the US tax law 174 because this is a tax law. This is a tax law that has greatly and significantly affected remote work. And a lot of people don't know about it, right? And let me bring up this article about this tax law. I mean, it's from a blog called the Pragmatic, the Pragmatic Engineer. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. I just want you guys to see it. So let me present again. Entire screen. Yeah, I just want you guys to see this. Let me go up. So it says the Pulse, will U.S. companies hire few engineers due to Section 174? Now, Section 174 is a law that was introduced, I think, in late 2021. And basically, it mandated that U.S. businesses that are faced with like high tax bills, there's this term in like accounting called amortization. I don't know how to pronounce it, but amortization. And it basically means that you're required to sort of spread your expenses out. And the requirement of like software development costs from like July 2022 caught a lot of people and a lot of businesses mainly by surprise because this law was kind of passed a little bit under the radar. And a lot of businesses didn't really know the ramifications of the law until they did their taxes. So basically, Section 174, it requires R&D costs to be amortized over 5 to 15 years. And, this was expected to be a temporary or like a repealed law, but it became permanent due to like failed negotiations in like December of 2022. So basically, this law was passed, and it means that and I don't want to get too deep into the article, but like if you like want to read it, I'm gonna put it in the chat here. Let me put it in the chat for you guys so you can go read it. But basically, it changed the tax law in a way that companies could only spend a certain amount on R&D, right? And it was sort of aimed at bigger companies, but it trickled down into hurting like mid-sized and smaller companies because these companies, the smaller companies, were faced with challenges. There was a significant impact to so there was like the significant impacts that were made because of this law. And big tech and VCs, they were against the 174 changes because of the ramifications it had for smaller companies, meaning like, all right, there's like a chart here. I think, let me see if you guys can see it, where this guy goes into this detail. He goes into this really detailed, right? So basically, the money that you spend on R&D can be directly attributed to your salary or that you pay out to your engineers, to your, other very technical people that are helping build your product and helping driving the innovation in your company forward, right? So because they had to pay tax on those salaries and the taxes were higher because of this tax law 174, a lot of companies, especially smaller and mid-sized companies, couldn't afford that $189,000 in salary anymore. So they had to evaluate, okay, do I spread this cost out over the next few years and end up paying more? Or do I just like fire this guy? So the new tax rules led to fewer engineering roles and a lot of fewer tech roles in general, where that they drive innovation. These roles drive innovation. They build the product. They create the AI models. Like all of these R&D sort of type roles, or roles that are associated with R&D, they had to now shrink. And a lot of that is in a very highly technical roles like engineering machine learning and database administration. All of that can fit under R&D. So because of that, all these companies started to notice, like, wait, hold up, these taxes I'm paying are insane, coupled with the fact that borrowing has crazy interest rates. So we got to spend less, we got to hire less. I got to look at Andrew as Andrew is his position. I mean, you're a good engineer, but you ain't a great engineer. You I guess maybe, Will could, use Chat GPT and thug it out. So Anderson, I'm sorry, or Andrew, sorry, is it Anderson in the chat? Andrew, we're gonna have to let you go. And that's what happened. That's what happened. A lot of people didn't realize why they were being let go. It's a amalgamation and culmination of a lot of things. It's this tax law that was passed that a lot of people don't even know about. It's a lot of the economic factors, the interest rate, the shrinking of spending. Like, a lot of these things affected the economy in adverse ways, which made companies have to start making some hard choices. They have to cut corners in certain places. And a lot of those companies that had leases for like 10 years, 15 years, like a lot of these companies, they've had leases that are 10 years. So COVID happening is kind of messing them up. So I could understand the return to office mandates in that respect. If it's like you've already have this sunk cost of like millions of dollars, like you've already paid 30 million in leasing an office for the next 10 years, and then everybody's remote for like 2 or 3 years, you're going to be like, hey, yeah, you got to come back now. Like, I don't want to lose the rest of the money I got on this lease, So that's what happened. A lot of different things kind of just happened that caused companies to stop hiring. So yeah, the negative effects of forced amortization and on innovation was treating software development and labor as long-term assets. That's basically the crux of what this article is saying. So it's at odds with the tech industry and the needs for rapid innovation. This is like a direct sort of opposition, this law. And it just discouraged new product growth, new innovation, new just R&D development through different teams within a firm. They've had to let go whole teams because of this law, because of the millions that they've owed in taxes. So this law did really drive that, hiring freeze. Like, it did drive a lot of that, especially for smaller companies that don't have the big bucks to sort of balance everything out. Like Amazon, for example, right? They make most of their money from AWS. Sometimes they're running a loss on the e-commerce site because of the logistics behind it, because of the logistics behind managing the warehouse. Now they have a union now for the workers. So a lot of those things they're losing money on, but AWS is getting them billions. That's where a lot of their money comes from. It's AWS. So that's it. But yeah, let's talk more about these remote jobs. I want to show you guys a couple job boards. Let me show you guys a couple job boards. So I want to show you guys a couple remote job boards. Now, these are some of the best remote job boards. Can you guys see that on the screen? Can you put a 1 in the chat if you can see that on the screen? I am new to this StreamYard thing, as you can tell. Can you guys see this best remote job boards on the screen? Put a 1 in the chat if you can see it. Oh, wait. Yeah, I got to stop sharing my screen. Okay, you guys can see it. Cool. All right, cool. So I want to talk about a few of these because I've used a few of these very, very closely. Like, I've used Auto, excellent site. We're looking for a remote job, Auto, please use Auto, use FlexJobs. FlexJobs has a membership that's like, I think $40 a year, $50 a year, but totally worth it because those jobs are vetted. A lot of times these companies only post on that site. So it's exclusive to FlexJobs. Another amazing one, amazing. Like when I say amazing, it's amazing with a capital A. It's Angel.co. Angel, I think they rebranded to like Well Found or something. But if you type Angel.co, it'll redirect you to their new site. I forget their name, but oh my God, Angel is really, really good because you have a lot of these startup companies that have like 10, 15 people, 20 people that are hiring. They need that engineer, they need that QA analyst, they need that business analyst. So they go on that site. You can find international companies on that site as well. And all these other sites like Nodex, Just Remote, Remotive, they're good too. They're excellent. They're amazing too. What up, Joel Gilis? What's good? My man Joel Gilis is in the house. Let me like put a little sound effects for Joel. One of the day one followers. He's one of the day one subs. Shout out to you, man. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you're having a good night. Just wanted to say what's up to you real quick. But yeah, a lot of these job boards, they're very clutch. They're very, very clutch. And I want to show you guys something else. Let me take this. Let me show you guys something else really quick. Bear with me. Let me present my screen again. I want to show you guys some other stuff that's cool, right? Because I did say that blockchain is where it is at. Blockchain is not going anywhere. And there is a lot of blockchain sites that you guys should, look at. And again, the riches are in the niches. So a lot of these skills, like in Web3, like Solidity engineers or other Web3 type skills, there's like I think Solana and a bunch of other blockchains. And these skills are so new that in a year of studying, you can be an expert because the skill has only been out for a few years, like 5-6 years. So how many experts are they going to find? Everybody is running towards cybersecurity. Everybody's running towards database administration. Everybody's running towards project management, but no one wants to be a Solidity engineer. These companies, most of the Web3 roles are remote. Most of them. Like when I say most, I mean 90% of them are remote, right? So I'm going to take you to some of the popular ones. There's jobs3.io. It's a very popular one, right? So Jobs3, they have a bunch of, let this load first. They have a bunch of roles, as you can see. They have senior engineer, iOS engineer, sales representative, blockchain engineer, API sales exec. So it's not just technical roles, because you have roles in companies where they actually need you to sell their product. So one of the roles that is sort of a hybrid between sales and engineering is what they call it, a solutions engineer. I'll type that in the chat. That's another slept on role that a lot of people don't really know about, that you don't have to be super technical. Let me put that in the chat. So basically what a solutions engineer does is, during the sales process, right? Let's say your company has some sort of banking blockchain app. They have to sell that to Visa, MasterCard, or whatever. And sometimes Visa, MasterCard, or other banking institutions might come to them for this solution because they're in a certain phase in the buyer process. They're looking for a solution for whatever need they have, and they're coming to this blockchain solution. So a solution engineer would demo the product for them. And there's post-sales and there's pre-sales. Now, a post-sales is after the sale has already been made, and you're helping them set up things. Like you're helping people on their team set up things. You're probably coding a little bit, depending on a job role. You're coding a little bit. Usually it's like, fixing or testing some APIs or something that's not too complicated. We can see if you're sharing the screen. Okay, yeah. You guys can see that, right? We can't see. I'm not sharing it. Okay, let me. Okay, let me take this brand off. I think I have to remove this. All right, there we go. Sorry guys. Sorry about that. What I was showing you was this job board, which is jobs3.io, and I'm gonna put all of these in the chat as well, so you guys can have that. Jobs3.io, good site for blockchain and Web3 jobs. Blockchain and Web3, hella cushy job. Yeah. So Joel, one of my OG subs, he said I was a pre-sales engineer last year before I got laid off. Hella cushy job, but I wasn't remote. Yeah, it's real chill. And when you find a remote one, it's really chill, like really cushy. Like it's, you know, something that doesn't require so much technical skill. A lot of it is soft skill in relating to people, and you're solving the same problems all over. Like you're solving the same problems, like a cycle, because you're helping clients set up software. You're helping clients get acquainted and acclimated with the software. So a lot of their problems are going to be minor issues. You might have to like demo some, solution using your company's software, integrated with, because you have to make these little MVPs, a little like they're I don't know how to describe it. It's like you mock your solution in another company's software, like a part of their software. So you take a minute piece of it and you take your solution and you make like a no code. A lot of solution engineers use these no code tools to sort of demo how the APIs and how the product will work. And it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. Just like, I'm trying to be brief, but you um, definitely can chill at a job like that. It's definitely a very chill job. Uh, and like I said, doesn't require an immense amount of technical expertise. All right, so I'm gonna put up another one here, and it's called Remote 3. A lot of these Web3 and blockchain websites will have like 3 in the title, but Remote 3, it's a lot of blockchain jobs here. A lot of blockchain jobs, just like they're under the radar because crypto, it has its waves, but the blockchain technology itself, a lot of people and a lot of companies are using them, and they're using these technologies and these blockchains to solve their problems. They're on these different networks and stuff. So becoming a Solidity developer, you can teach yourself into like a job that's paying you like 150, 160, 170, because they don't have many Solidity developers out there in the world. So it's less competition. Now, on the flip side of that, when the market does retract, that means that there are less roles for you. But since you're such a niche and targeted sort of specialty and developer and person in the tech industry, even if you're not the creme de la creme of the crop, it would be easier for you to find a job versus someone who's like a front end engineer, because like everyone wants to be one. Everyone wants to be a front end or a full stack engineer. But Solidity, and all these other blockchain networks, not a lot of people are up on that or even know that they're a thing. You have another site. This is another site. Hold up. Let me get this out of the. Where is web3.career? So web3.career, this is one of the most popular Web3 websites. This is one of the most popular Web3 websites. You're going to see a bunch of like specialties and a bunch of skills that they're looking for. Some of these I'm like, I have zero knowledge in. Yeah, there's like a bunch of Open Zeppelin. I've never even used that. I don't even know what the heck that is. zero knowledge. You can filter by these tags. So senior developer relations in Polygon, business development manager, community growth lead. So you can filter by, even the level of experience. You've got stuff that I've never even heard of. Refi. Again, a lot of these very niche technologies and roles, ERC29, like what is that? These are going to be those DeFi developer roles, those blockchain developer roles that nobody's really going into. So you just having a little bit of experience, even just being self-taught and having some projects that you've built, you can solidly land a job, especially when the market starts to pick back up. And then when you do get real world experience and people do start coming in and trickling in into these niches, you're like head over shoulders over everyone else because of, you picking a niche early. So crypto and these blockchain companies, they're still very, very early. I'd say do the research on these companies too as well, because some of them are here tomorrow, they're gone. They're here today and gone tomorrow. So there is that comes with it. But your skill is not going to be gone tomorrow. So even if you do get laid off because a company goes under and it was in that blockchain market, you've got that blockchain skill, you've got that blockchain company on your resume, and nothing beats that real world skill, especially in something that's super niche. So, and a lot of the jobs that you won't see on these websites like LinkedIn, on these websites like Indeed, like LinkedIn is dead, Indeed is dead, but even some of the sites that I showed you, like these remote working sites, a lot of those sites that I showed you, these Web3 jobs are not going to be there either. And there's another type of job called legacy jobs. And these are, jobs that you would work with. They're not new technology, they're legacy technology. So old technology. I'll give you an example. Twitter, when Twitter was founded in like 2008, it was built on this technology I'm about to show you. It's called Ruby on Rails. I'm sure a lot of you've heard of it. It's a programming language that was like all the rage in like 2007 to like 2012. Then React and JavaScript technology started taking over. And Ruby on Rails is still used in millions of applications. When I say millions, I mean millions of applications around the world. So they can't just like up and do away with 10,000 lines of code. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen overnight. That process of basically changing a tech stack from one set of code to another, that takes years. That takes years. Yes, BA. Let me highlight that comment, and I'll get to some of these other comments. Ruby, Django, PHP, oldies but goodies. Yes, Ruby on Rails. This what I'm showing you right here. There's a lot of legacy applications. Then they're desperate for engineers because, like I said, a lot of people are not, they're not sort of going towards these older technologies. So you can become a specialist in a legacy technology and developing an emerging technology. So think of like everybody in the job market and their skills, especially in the tech market, their skills as a bell curve. All the popular and happening and current technology, everyone is in that middle of the bell curve. But when we talk about legacy technologies and we talk about, emerging technologies, a lot less people are going to be on those technologies. They're just on whatever is popular at the moment. So the future and forward, facing technologies like these blockchain, like these machine learning technologies, a lot of people aren't really on those as much. So they're at the front end of the bell curve, and at the other side of the bell curve is the people's skill in that Ruby, Django, the PHP, these older technologies. Perl is another language that's very ubiquitous. So a lot of people are not even aware that these legacy roles or these Web3 and blockchain roles exist. So in this type of economy, that's something you can do. That's something you can do to sort of circumvent and navigate the job market is learning a niche skill. There's languages like Fortran and Scala and, Golang, which was developed by Google. A lot of people don't know these, or a lot of people in the tech industry who are developers, they don't gravitate towards these languages. They don't gravitate toward these technologies, but they're needed by companies. Companies are desperate for them. So whether it's an economic downturn or whether we're booming and there's like confetti everywhere and like we're spending out the wazoo, in both situations, these companies, it's hard to find these developers. So you gotta niche down. Like try, if you're gonna diversify as well, right? Which I do recommend. Try and diversify with a niche skill. Find out these niche skills. I've listed a bunch of them. Web3, you can't go wrong with that. A lot of the older technologies like Ruby, Django, PHP, Perl, you can't go wrong with those because there's lots of applications built with them. And like BA said, you can't, let me bring up his latest comment. You cannot go wrong with learning Python. Python is like a Swiss Army knife. And it's simple. It reads like English. That's another thing that you should look into is Python, because you can go into the machine learning, you can go into the data analytics, the software engineering. There's so many. You can go into like robotics. That just learning that language alone like puts you in sort of a good place to sort of branch into other things. And it's a Ozzy, what's going on, Ozzy? Thanks for joining the live stream. For beginner to programmer, would you recommend Python over JavaScript? 100%. 100%. Yeah, I'd recommend Python because, again, it's easier to learn. It reads like English, and it has all of those these core tenets of a solidly object-oriented programming language built into the language. So the more you learn Python, it's going to be easier to understand JavaScript, understand Java. JavaScript it's good. It's excellent choice as well, especially because of the options. You have just as many options with Python as you do with JavaScript. But JavaScript is kind of like its own quirky language. So learning it and then going to another language like Java, and then learning it and going to another language like, C or C sharp or Ruby even, it's not, things aren't going to click as fast. So like for me, I started on Java and then I started learning JavaScript and Python and whatnot. But learning one of those solidly object-oriented programming language like Python, like I said, I would totally recommend Python as your first language. It's going to be good because you have a lot more job options and ways in which you can pivot. And right now, the market, everyone is pivoting. Yes, BA with another insightful comment. Yeah, Python has a small core, but the libraries make it huge. Ruby on Charles Jones. Yes, Ruby on Rails is still around. It is still alive and kicking. It is, like I said, the riches are in the niches. You can get one of these, remote jobs for a very niche type of skill, or with a niche skill, using Ruby on Rails or other very niche, very esoteric technologies like Scala or Golang. So yeah, I definitely recommend it. Let me tell you a story where this was like 2018. I was in a random Starbucks and I was basically just, I don't even remember what I was doing on my computer. I think I was making some flyer for some event, some family event. And I saw this guy, he was like sitting across from me. I saw some code on his screen. So naturally, I just went to him and I started talking. I said, hey, how's it going? What are you working on? I'm a software developer too. And he just tells me, we start talking, and he tells me he works as a Android engineer for some construction company in Maine. And I was like, and this is before the pandemic. This is years before the pandemic. It's like 2018. And I'm like, oh, what are you doing in New York? He's like, I live here. I was like, oh, okay. How does that work? He's like, they have such a very unique technology, and it's hard to find Android developers. So, they hired me, and, they don't have any problem with me working from New York, and I go into the office once every few months just to meet with some managers and for some other important, company meetings, but that's it. So being knowledgeable in very niche skills gets you a long way. You go a long way with that. All right. So you have let me put some more job sites up for you guys to look at. Don't know why this keeps happening. So yeah, this is my Web3 Jobs, another great site. Got a lot of Web3 roles here. Lots of Web3 roles. Like I said, a lot of them, most of them, like again, you see that? You see, let me zoom in because I said this earlier in the stream. Look at that. What country is that? Singapore. Look how much they're paying, 170. Listen, these Asian companies, they have a bag. What did I tell you? UK. You know what I mean? Some of these companies, they're hiring in those regions, but a lot of them will hire Americans because of the talent, the immense talent that's in the market. So get on that. Get on those foreign countries that will hire you for, you know, um, these roles that they have out there because they don't have a huge population like we do in the United States. They don't have 320 million people. They don't have millions of people that have graduated or gone to these, specialized universities. Like we've got the best universities in the world. We've got the best tech companies in the world. A lot of people who've gotten laid off went to some of these universities, worked at some of these tech companies. So they've coming with a lot of technical experience and real world experience that these companies that are competing with American companies, they need. And American companies, a lot of them aren't budging on the remote thing. So yeah, these guys, they don't care. They want to grow their company. They will hire the enemy, the workforce from the enemy. The enemy, I guess they're competitors, but they will hire you from the States because they're competing with American companies and they need that American talent. They need it. So let me get to some of these. Let me get to some of these comments. So Ozzy says, should I learn the fundamentals of computer science like data structures and algorithms before learning the code? Yes, you should. I don't think you were here earlier in the live stream, but I basically talked about how being a self-taught developer gives you a lot of blind spots. So although you're saving money, you do have those blind spots. And one of the major blind spots that I see with engineers, especially self-taught coders, is data structures and algorithms. And that is a prerequisite to work at companies like the Facebook, the Googles, the Amazon. They need you, they need you to be able to solve these algorithmic problems that they give you in like 15, 20 minutes. It takes months to kind of learn how to do that. And I did show off a site. I'm going to show it off again, or just show this site. It's called roadmaps.sh. Roadmaps.sh. That basically gives you a roadmap of all this, not all, but a lot of tech skills and a lot of tech roles that you encounter, including blockchain, like I mentioned, that's hot right now. They got blockchain, they got technical writing, they've got cybersecurity. A lot of you send me cybersecurity questions and ask me cybersecurity questions. So you just follow this roadmap, Ozzy, or whatever roadmap. Like they have the computer science. If you scroll down, they have that computer science roadmap, right? Where they give you everything you need to know, and including the data structures and algorithms, like the directed graph, the bubble sorts, the binary trees, all that. And it's systematic and it's in order. And then when you click one of these boxes, they have little like highlights and the important things you should know. And then there's links to either YouTube videos, like this is a YouTube video on bit manipulation. I'm not going to play it, but you get the picture. They have YouTube videos and sometimes articles and whatnot, but a lot of them are just, really well-made YouTube videos. So, your background in math is definitely going to help, Ozzy. 100%. 100% is going to help. Like game theory and logic and all those other things that you studied, yeah, it's going to help. It's going to help. All right, let me get to some other comments. Seems like you need a high IQ. You know what you need in this field? You need to be a problem solver. You don't need to have a high IQ. You need to be a problem solver. In tech in general, you need to be a problem solver. You need to be able to be a self-starter and solve problems on your own and use logic and use, unconventional methods to basically engineer solutions. So you don't need to be like Einstein at all. You don't even need to be good at math. I know you have a background in math, but you don't need to be good at math. You could, come from a non-technical background, but if you know how to solve problems, if you know how to piece together solutions, if you're innovative, if you're an outside the box thinker, that can help you, and that goes a long way in tech. A lot of it is skill based. I've seen people who have zero experience teach themselves and use roadmaps and use these resources like the ones I'm showing you, and first job 150, 160. So a lot of this is possible, and there's a lot of stereotypes and there's a lot of like myths that people believe, like you need to be good at math is one of them, you need to have a high IQ is one of them, you need to come from a super technical background is one of them, but that's not true. That is not true. You don't need to have any of these things. A lot of people, a lot of good engineers, great engineers I've seen have, degrees in journalism. So it's about your grit more than anything. It's about your grit and how well you can solve problems, how well you can find solutions. Like it's about you and your sort of, I guess, your ability to approach the work. Okay. So we have Brand G. Let me get some of these comments. He says, to work with Web3 blockchain, what would you recommend? I'm thinking security plus plus, maybe learning blockchain security on Coursera. For me, I would recommend one of the languages or blockchain technologies like Solidity, or one of those frameworks. Let me go to them because they'll have them here. One of those frameworks, like there's EVM based, like we've got Ethereum, we've got Polygon, we've got Solana. There's these different. You learn the different blockchain networks because they're all different. They're all different. You've got the smart contracts, and then you've got the programming languages like Rust, very 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 esoteric. Viper, Solidity. These are the blockchain technologies that would get you scooped up by these blockchain companies. So take a look at this on, I'm gonna put this in the chat for you. Take a look at roadmap and, look into the blockchain, the roadmap for the blockchain, and see what technologies, like I said, you click on one of these boxes and they'll have a bunch of YouTube videos or articles where you could just go learn and look at things and see what you can identify with and see what you might like. I'm not too well versed in the blockchain space at all. So my recommendations are not too solid in terms of what you should learn, but I know that the blockchain space has a dire need for developers, a dire need for these Solidity, Solana, all of these developers that are in the blockchain space. Let me get to some more of these comments. I heard the top companies like Fang rarely hire those without CS degrees from top institutions. How do you get around this? No, that's not true. They do have a pipeline of engineers that come from these institutions. Like they recruit a lot at these like Dartmouth and Harvard and Yale and all that. But if you can score yourself an interview It's all about passing interview. If you can, solve a leak code problem medium when you wake up from sleep, then you can probably get a job there. It's all about your skill. Like I said, there's a lot of people, a lot of engineers who taught themselves, who got jobs at those companies, like the Facebooks, like the Amazons, the Google. That's what FANG means, guys. If if anyone is not familiar with that, FANG is basically Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google, the top tech companies in the world, basically. And they hire the best of the best engineers. And the one of the ways to get a job there, in fact, one of the only ways to get a job there, is by knowing and understanding algorithmic thinking on a deeper level. Again, check out this roadmap SH. They have a lot of resources, and being able to solve these programmatic problems. I'll show you some of them. There's a website called LeetCode, and they basically have hundreds of questions around different programming topics. And you basically, I don't want to create an account. I don't want to sign in either, but just check the site out. And a lot of people solve these problems on YouTube. So you can just watch these videos and, gain some insight and gain some sort of like knowledge on how to approach these problems, because these LeetCode, these algorithmic problems that these tech companies like the Facebooks, like the Amazon, the Googles and whatnot, that they give you in the interview, I'm telling you, they're built off of a set of 16 patterns. 16 patterns that if you learn them, you can solve pretty much any one of these questions, whether it be an easy, medium, hard. You learn them, you solve the problems. Let me just see if the 16 patterns, there should be. Let me see, LeetCode. Should be somewhere. Basically, up. There's about. So I'm gonna put these links in the chat. And they're basically patterns. And even though there's hundreds of these problems, maybe even a few thousand on platforms like LeetCode, when you learn these problems, when you learn these patterns like the sliding window, the 2 pointers, fast and slow pointers, cyclic sort, tree BFS, breadth first search. When you learn these patterns, you can spot those. Patterns when you see these questions. And some of these questions are maybe a combination of one or two of these patterns. So I'm gonna put that in the chat for you. Let me paste that there. So look at those patterns. They'll help you pass those big tech interviews. And there's another one here from Hacker Noon. Let me paste that in the chat as well. What is BA saying? A backdoor to FANG is to get a security clearance. As I mentioned previously, FANG is in the public sector. That's very true. That is very, very true. You can get a security clearance and work at one of these FANGs. And from there, it's easier to maneuver any organization if you want to pivot into some other specialty. What is Harvey H saying? I've been thinking of getting into AR, VR. My recommendation is, yeah, you should. AR and VR is growing, augmented reality, virtual reality. We've got the MetaQuest. We've got the Apro Pro Vision goggles. People have started walking around and touching air. They're interacting with their devices, and that looks like the future now. Apple's a leader in innovation, and we're going to see a lot of other companies starting to sort of mimic what Apple is doing. And you're going to see people just walking around like this, touching and interacting with their, be it Vision Pro or, whatever knockoff that comes out that Samsung or whatever company builds. The sky goggles. Yeah. London Lambo. I've definitely seen you in my comments before. Shout out to London Lambo. Yeah. You're going to see everybody with the sky goggles. What is Brian G saying? Ray-Ban Meta Wafer. That's hilarious. Yeah. What is BA saying? You have to start off with a Beltway Bandit, L3, General Dynamics. Definitely. Um, Start off with that. This is invaluable information. Thanks for sharing. No problem, man. No problem. Actually, let me also share another site because I want you guys to see this sort of directory, or I guess repository, or whatever you call it, of like salaries at these tech companies. So you can see these are anonymous reported salaries, and this is from a company called Levels FYI. Levels FYI. FYI, put that in the chat for you guys. You see at each level what the average, developer or engineer at like Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, even a lot of other countries or companies, they've got Mercado Libre here. And the reason they have that is because I have a Brazilian connection. So it's recognizing that I'm in Brazil. And Mercado Libre is like the Amazon of the Latin America. But all these other companies they've got, let me scroll down a little more. They've got Accenture, Acorn, all of these tech companies. You can see like what is the salary at Akamai. You can see the breakdown. This is the average salary of a software engineer one reported from Akamai. So you've got the breakdown of the average salary, the stock, and the bonus, and you can view other data points as well. So they have a lot of data that they've collected from anonymously reported salaries. And you can go to specific company directories. You can go to like you can search by company like Roblox. My niece loves Roblox, and you can see the salaries and the distribution of what's stock, what's base, what's a bonus. They've got a lot of information on this site. They've got internships. They've got a pay report from 2023. So this site is very, very useful in terms of knowing how much you should get. It helps you also negotiate. It helps you negotiate, which is huge. I didn't plan on talking about that in this live, but negotiating is huge because when you know how to negotiate, especially using data from former employees at these companies, then that puts you in a better position to get the salary that you want. Because you're saying, hey, listen, I've gone to Levels FYI, and like engineers that work for you are reporting, this. So I would like to be making at least this, or 10% more than this based on X, Y, and Z experience. So this is a tool that you can even use to negotiate. There's dozens of companies here. There's dozens. They add new ones every week as well. So definitely check out Levels FYI. Yeah, so I want to bring, the live to a close soon. I just want to open the floor up to anyone who has questions about getting into tech, about remote work, about, anything I've talked about during this live. I want you guys to feel like you definitely came away with something, that's going to help you in either getting a different remote job, getting into the remote job space, or whatever you need within the remote job sort of that sphere. So if you have any questions, please just throw it in the chat. I'd love to like answer them if I can. Yes, please. Definitely like some water. Thank you. Woo. Okay. Let me see if I have any. Don't have any comments yet. Michael, I just got here. What's going on, Michael? How are you? How's your Saturday? Put a 2 in the chat if you're having a good Saturday. Okay. So there's a little bit of a lag here. So I'm getting a bunch of these comments now. So Ozzy says, may I ask, what is your educational background is? Did you major in CS or are you completely self-taught? So I started with a CS, didn't finish it, went back, finished it. I dual majored in economics and computer science. So uh, I guess you can say I'm self-taught, and I got a degree as well. So, um, but initially to get my job, my first job, I was self-taught for the most part because I only had finished like 21 credit, not even 21. Yeah, like 18 credits. I finished like 18 credits in my CS major, and then like I already had all the because I picked up my CS major late. So I picked it up late, and because I picked it up late, I finished my econ major first. And I wanted to graduate with both of them, but like all of my friends were graduating, so I said like, "F it, I'm gonna just thug it out and teach myself." So I basically started teaching myself, got a job, and I would say that my coursework in computer science in the university did help, but I could have 100% done that myself. So, but then I went back, finished the credits because I'm like, yo, I just got to finish this. I felt like finishing it. And the employer I was working for at the time, they paid for school. And, I just wanted to uh, get school paid for. So I used those credits. I used those tuition credits that employer offered. It's very, 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 very useful. Okay, let me get to some other questions. Are the job boards available for non-US residents? Yes, I'm assuming you're in the UK. Yes, they are. And a lot of these companies have no restriction on where they hire. Especially when we talk about these Web3 roles and these other remote roles. Let me bring that back up on the screen. Let me bring up these job boards. Let me bring up these job boards, these remote job boards. Can you guys see that? Can you see it?
No.
You don't see this?
No, I'm seeing this.
Can you see it now?
No, I'm seeing. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure you guys see this. Thank you to my lovely wife for helping me out. Can I get a cup of wine, please? I think there's that wine. I'm thirsty. I'm talking about it. Put some ice in it, please. Obrigado. So yeah, I want to just leave this here on the screen. You've got FlexJobs, Truly Remote, No Desk, Auto, Just Remote, Angel.co. A lot of these companies on these sites, they hire from anywhere. They hire from Latin America, they hire from the US, they hire from Europe, where I know that's where you are, I'm assuming. So yeah, just check on these sites and definitely check out these Web3 sites as well. Let me see what other comments are here. Yeah, I'm going to put the replay up. So if you just got here, I'm going to put the replay up so you can, catch these gems. Okay, so Brand G, let me answer this question. What's your opinion on applying the jobs and a CV setup after 1.5 S of unemployment? I'm a veteran and took a break. So for me, if I had a long break, I just wouldn't mention it or just shorten it, One of the things I've learned from, and this is kind of skating the line of ethics, but hey, one of the things I've learned from, my recruiter friends is that most people are lying on their resumes. Or if you can explain the gap, and what you were doing in the gap, then yeah, that works as well. That suffices for a lot of employers. And what you did during the gap, like if you like learned some sort of skill, went some boot camp, you worked on an open source project, that is valuable because it still shows that you did some sort of self-development and you were learning during that time. But in terms of and also depends on the type of role you're applying for. So that also just like factors into what employers are going to care about and care about what you did during this break. Okay, let me go to another. Michael Omandi. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Because getting a remote job in the US is possible, but if you plan on traveling, then the time zone difference is tough. Example, job in EST but living in Africa. Let me see. Let me scroll up to uh do you have any recommendations for remote jobs overseas? I think you missed that part. You probably came in a little bit later, but I basically highlighted a trend earlier that American employees are sort of taking advantage of because a lot of these tech companies in the United States are mandating employees return to office. Since they're mandating employees to return to office, and America has, like United States of America, they have some of the best talent in the world. Gone to the best schools, worked for the best companies. They've worked for the Tinders, they've networked for the Netflix. They've worked for all of these huge, huge tech companies that everyone in around the world uses. What's in everyone's phone? WhatsApp. Is what country does that tech company come from? Facebook, YouTube, all of these, even all of these lesser known tech companies are from the US. So when all of these tech when all of these tech workers from these companies start flooding the market, you have a pool of highly qualified and specialized individuals, and these European countries are looking at this. These European companies are looking at this and saying, whoa, wait, let's get this to these American guys, right? Because they want to be able to compete with these American companies, so they snatch up American talent. So a lot of these sites like uh, Auto, FlexJobs, and even Angel.co, a lot of these sites. So take a screenshot if you want, and yeah, just check out these sites. All right, let me see if there's any questions I missed. It's another good one from Michael too. Do you usually disclose that you'll be working out the country to the employer, or do you keep that a secret and use the VTM tactics from your video? I keep it a secret. I've only told one employer. I told one employer, and after that, I decided not to because the the levels of approval I had to go to just to get the permission to work out of the country was ridiculous. First of all, I had to tell them a month before I was leaving. I had to get approval from my manager. I had to get approval from legal, and I had to get approval from HR, and then I had to get approval from IT. So I had to get approval from like 4 different people, and they had to sign off on it. They had this document, and I had 4 different signatures. I had signature from my manager, signature from legal, signature from HR, signature from IT. You know what I mean? IT security. Before I could work abroad, and I was only planning on working abroad for a couple months. And I was like, wow, yeah, no, I can't do this. I couldn't do it because at the time I was traveling so frequently, and I was, in the process of moving as well, moving here to Brazil. So I didn't want to like have to go through all that every time I wanted to leave. That's ridiculous. I already have a remote job. I'm working in the house. Your equipment is safe. Like, and I understand because of tax law. So the law is, so if a company ever bullshits you, right? So I set up this router for some woman last week, and she's in like Texas or something, and she wanted to go to Paris. And she's going to Paris this upcoming week. So she'll be there on Friday. So she really needed these routers set up, and she was like, you know, just frantic about it. And I just, all right, I'll help you. But the important thing about the story was what her employer said to her. Her employers had no problem initially working from Paris. She said that a bunch of other people in her company were like working from different places and for varying amounts of time. So she was like, okay, I can go and work from Paris for 2 weeks. So she asked them, and they said it's okay. They said, okay, yeah, it's fine, yada, yada. Then they come back and say, oh, yeah, Paris has restrictions on remote work. And she said she has a friend in Paris, And she asked them, and they said, there's no restriction that they know of. They only have some sort of like, I guess, laws that companies have to follow in terms of remote work, letting employees have certain breaks and basically nothing pertaining to Americans, essentially, in working over there. So let me tell you, man, these companies will bullshit you. I don't know if I don't think you were here in the beginning part of my live stream, but I talked about control. A lot of these companies, the main thing they want is control. This jockeying between employers and employees coming back to the office, that's about control. When you see your environment that you've created for yourself, Tim Ferriss talks about this in his book, The 4-Hour Work Week. Lifestyle design. You design your life the way you want. You're supposed to design a job around your life, not your life around your job. That's what these employers want. They want you to design your life around the job and not the job around your life. Like your job has to fit into your life, not the other way around. And they basically are trying to control every part they can of you because like the world is flat now. We've got the internet, and once you create systems for yourself, you can pretty much work on your own. And I say that to say, because once you have a taste of that freedom is addictive. It is like crack. Freedom is like crack. Once you experience a little bit of it, you're going to want more of it. You're going to want more of it. Trust me. And this is what happened to me. And this is why I started my entrepreneurial journey, and I'm doing well right now. So freedom is like crack. Once I started working from Brazil, I was like, okay, well, how can I start making my, money myself? Building a company is about building systems, or making money is about building systems. Like now in my online business, like I have to build all these SOPs, which are, what do they call it? Standard operating practices, so that I can make systems that, I can again optimize and that turn on themselves. And that's what you're essentially contributing to when you work. You're contributing to a system. They don't want you to realize that and go and create your own system where you can get just as much or more, because your salary is capped when you're working for someone. And just like gateway drugs or whatever, this working remote from another country or from home is like gateway freedom. Once you get a little bit of it, you're going to want more of it. You're going to want more of it. And then eventually you're probably going to want your own thing where you're not reliant on some company for some checks. So yeah, that's basically what these companies want. They want your freedom, and I can help you get that with these routers. So if you need that, holla at me. I'll set up a meeting with you. Okay, let's see what people are saying. Another question. Yes, Ozzy. Taxes do complicate things with remote work as well. And the rule there's a rule that I learned from a tax professional. I consulted a tax professional, and they basically said a company is considered operating in a country if their employee is there for 90 days or more. So theoretically, you can live in another country, but you'd have to come back before that 90 days. So to avoid that sort of tax loophole, to take advantage of that tax loophole. So before I moved to Brazil, I consulted a tax lawyer, and I spoke to her for about an hour at length, and I was asking her questions. I showed her my contract for my job, and she basically told me, she was like, yeah, like most companies, like they can let you work remote. There's no really laws except the ones that they make, or except ones governing the equipment that you use, that prevent you from working abroad. You just can't work abroad past like 90 days. And that's pretty much it. Some companies have a little bit more sensitive data, equipment and whatnot, but for the most part, if you're working for a technology company, as long as listen, a lot of the CEOs are out of the country. They're operating out of the country. They're taking business meetings out of the country. A lot of the C-level execs. So one of my cousins is a C-level exec at Spotify right now, right? She's bounced around. She's been at LinkedIn. She's like one of those career corporate women, right? Bruh, she's never in the United States. You would think that she's not one of the VP. She's like the VP of something. I forget, but um, she's like in Dubai. She's in here. She's in Paris, and all of this is on all of this is on the company dime. This is on the company dime. Now she is working out there. She's going to meetings and shaking hands and doing the business stuff, but this is what they do themselves already. They expense all of their personal expenses on, like, you know, business credit cards and business accounts. And they do have their little meetings, but it doesn't take up the week that they're in, Dubai. It might be a 1 or 2 hour meeting, maybe 3 days out of the week that they're there, but the rest of the time they're just chilling. But then they tell you that you can't work abroad. So yeah, it's because they have that freedom. They don't want you to have that freedom because it's going to start with location freedom, then it's going to want to be income freedom. That's how it always starts. So yeah, it's the tax thing that complicates things, but as long as you stay within the confines of the legal boundaries, which is 90 days for most companies, then you're not going to be considered operating. And a lot of these companies, they have offices in places that you guys want to go. Like they have offices in these places that you guys want to go. Yeah, come back. Look what Ozzy's saying. Come back and just do a tax run to a neighboring country. Yeah, like this is what people would start to do. Like now, look at that type of situation. Like imagine if you're an employer. So it makes sense as to why they want to control us. Imagine if you're an employer and you've got your employee Ozzy or whoever. He's in France one day, in Germany the next, then this country, then that country. Even though he's doing his work, it's like there might be a little bit of animosity, especially people who are tied to one place, maybe because of children or a mortgage or something. You know what I mean? Some of it is animosity, but then there's like a satisfaction they get out of being able to tell you to come here on this day at this time at this place. There's a satisfaction that they get from doing that. And without that, they feel less powerful. And without that, in place, without that sort of, rule and regulation in place, you're more empowered. Look at what I'm doing. I'm here chilling in Brazil, down the street from the beach. They don't want you to experience that type of freedom. Let's get to another question. Rocky, are you aware of this trend of people working multiple remote jobs, and do you partake in it? I've seen this Reddit called overemployed. Hey, yeah, bro. Listen, I was in that subreddit when that sub had probably 15,000 subs in it, right? When it had 15,000 followers on that subreddit, overemployed. And 100% people are making that 500 doing this. People are making that 600 even. Those stories of 1 million don't even seem that far-fetched to me. I was a little skeptical before I started doing it. And yes, to answer your question, yes, I have done overemployment. I've worked 2 jobs. My wife remembers, yep, I was working 2 jobs for several months.
Almost 1 year.
Yeah, almost a year. So, it's definitely a challenge, and the challenge is, right? So this is one of the challenging parts of working 2 jobs, and I'm glad you brought that up because I did want to talk about this overemployment thing. I didn't know if I was going to get to it in this slide. So the challenge with working 2 jobs at the same time is getting the right 2 jobs, because there is a quadrant. I want to draw it really quick. Let me just draw it really quick, because drawing it, you'll understand it. it's like a quadrant of, let me go to draw IO. I promise it's going to be super quick. Give me like 15 seconds. That's all I need. Because I want to show you on the screen. I think I'm still sharing my screen, am I? No, I'm not. But give me 2 seconds. I want to create a quick diagram so that I can illustrate a point. Yeah, can you close the window? It's raining. All right, I want to illustrate a quick point by drawing this quadrant. So give me a second, give me like 2 seconds, because I want you to understand what I'm about to say. It's going to hit home with the diagram really, really well. It's only going to take me a few seconds to draw. Give me a minute, guys. Just rock with me. But this is going to be very good. And this is to that overemployed conversation. Give me 1 minute. I promise it's going to make sense. And I promise you are going to come away with something from this. I hope you guys are still with me. I'm almost done. Almost done. I just want to show you with this diagram. It's gonna make sense. I'm like literally done. All right, so let me bring this on screen so you guys can see it. Let me go back. Let me go back. All right, let me share the screen. I just had to make a quick diagram real quick because it's better explained with the diagram. So can you guys see my screen? Let me minimize this. Let me close this. Can you see my screen? Or am I still presenting this? Let me take this away. All right, you guys can see my screen, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you can see my screen. I really should have planned to talk about this earlier because this is a very crucial topic in this remote workspace that I have, experience with. So, okay, you guys can see my screen. This is going to, let me even take the grids off so you guys can see. This is going to help you evaluate remote jobs on a much more, it's going to allow you to think about the type of remote job you pick. And I had no intentions of explaining this, but thank you, Michael, for the question. So there's different types of remote jobs, right? So on one hand, in this left-hand corner, you have highly paid and low maintenance. This is your $220,000 job that you can do, and it doesn't require that much work. Like you can basically wake up, you're not too stressed. You can wake up when you want. You can do the work and submit. So like in tech, if you're not in tech, you work in sprints and whatnot. So that's like 2 weeks to do this these handful of tickets or this handful of work, right? And for this 220 or 230 you're making, this work that you're doing every 2 weeks is not that bad. It's good. You can do it. You have no problem. Sometimes you go above and beyond. Other times you just do the bare minimum. Sometimes you can slack off, but then you pick up next couple of sprints of work, and you go above and beyond or do the work that's expected of you. But all in all, it is a low maintenance job, but they're paying you a lot. And this is where you want to be ideally, right? As long as you can handle it, right? So this is where you want to be. This is where you want to be. You want to be in a job that is high paid and low maintenance. Now, you can also be, what is this? You can also be in a high paid and high maintenance job. Let's say you're making 250 or 180 and you're doing a lot of work. But for the salary, hey, listen, it's whatever. It's a good job. So, it's a good pay and you're learning a lot. So you might not mind the work. So it's a good job. You're just getting paid fairly well. So you might, you might think it's a lot of work sometimes, but I mean the salary compensates for that. Now, if you live abroad, this is the only time I would recommend this low maintenance and low paid, just depending on because I've had, some jobs that were low paid, but they were in supplement to my main income. And because it was so low maintenance, it made the job worth it because it's that extra check, right? It's that extra 70K. It's that extra 60K, right? You have a lot of people doing this. You have senior people getting second jobs that are junior or mid-level jobs. The absolute worst place you want to avoid is the low pay and the low maintenance. I mean, low pay and high maintenance. Sorry. That's supposed to be high maintenance. Avoid that like the plague. Because with a low paid and high maintenance job, you're already stressing yourself out for pay that's not that good. Right? If you're gonna get a job like that, I would suggest pairing it with another lower maintenance job that's like either highly paid or low paid, just to give yourself some options. Because when you have options, if one job is stressing you out, like this low paid and high maintenance job, again, I don't recommend it. But if you need to do what you need to do, especially in this economy, then go for it. Absolutely go for it if you need to do what you need to do. But try and have other options. Just like these companies have clients, those are their options. You should have options too. Like, I think the thing is that a lot of companies are afraid of employees running themselves like a business, like they themselves run the companies. But yeah, at my peak, I was making $260,000, 2 jobs that were 130 each. And I did take on a third job, but I didn't take that job on for that long because it's hard to balance 3 jobs. It's hard to balance 2 jobs. And I didn't work those jobs for it's hard to maintain perpetuity because of these factors. Because of these factors, you have, whether the job is low paid, whether it's high maintenance, whether it's this and that, whether they have a camera on policy. Some companies have a camera on policy. So you got to figure out these little ins and outs of a job, like in a very clandestine sort of way almost, during your interviews. So don't overtly ask them, does this place have a lot of meetings, or this company, do you guys have a lot of meetings? Just ask them like, okay, take me through a normal day in this role. It sounds inquisitive and it sounds like you're trying to learn about the role, but your real intent is to see whether his job is low maintenance or this is high maintenance. They start saying, oh yeah, there's like meetings and and you have like 4 meetings a day, and then you got to report to your manager. That's a high maintenance job. You want to stay away from that unless it's high paid and you can survive that high maintenance. But don't stress yourself out with a low paid and low high maintenance unless you got bills to pay. You got a family, mouth to feed, and you got bills to pay. I'm not knocking your hustle, but try and stay away from that. And there's little ways in which you can find out whether a job is high maintenance, whether it's low maintenance, by asking about, what a normal day looks like in that role, asking about what your expectations of the role would be in the first 60, 90 days of work. What are the projects? What are the outlook for the company? What does the outlook for the company look like? What type of projects are you going to be working on? That's what you need to figure out, because you need to figure out what the day-to-day looks like. You need to figure out what the day-to-day looks like, because the day-to-day is going to determine how much you can chill. You're not going to be able to chill when you have like 6 meetings a day at one job. And it's kind of like dating, you know how you date multiple, people to see, whether this girl's cool, whether she meshes with your style, but you're still kind of dating another one, da 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 da. It's kind of like that. You have to evaluate different companies in the interview process, go on their Glassdoor, go on the sites like Blind. Like there's this site called Blind. I'm going to put it on the screen and put it in the chat. I'm sure some of you know it. It's where people anonymously tell stories about their companies. So go and try and get a feel for the job, the role, the culture. Like I remember one of these jobs I had a camera on policy. So working 2 jobs was difficult with that one, because I had one setup behind me, one in front of me. So I always had to blur my background or say, hey, I need to take a little, bathroom break, but then it will last 20 minutes and I'm on mute. And really I'm in the next meeting. You have a lot of meeting clashes that you can't get around, and you have to have one camera on and then the other one, you have to have the volume mute. It's just too much logistics. Try and avoid companies that make you do these things. Again, it's all about control. I want to control his camera and I want to be able to see him, because that makes me as a company feel better. But try and figure out what these jobs require of you and just get the best fit for your situation. I think task-based jobs where you're given a set of tasks to do in a sprint are ideal for multiple jobs, as a multiple remote job, as opposed to positions where you're the project manager and you need to lead people. Of course, 100%, 100%. It is like, that is the golden rule. You do not want responsibility when you're working remote, especially when you're working remote for multiple companies. You don't want responsibility. Responsibility means more meetings. You're going to have one-on-ones. If you're a manager, you're going to have one-on-ones with your subordinates. You're going to have monthly project progress reports with your subordinates. You're going to have to tell your higher ups how your subordinates are doing and what the outlook for the projects that you're taking on your team looks like for this quarter, for next quarter, for the whole year. You don't want that responsibility. You want to slip through the cracks. If you're working remote and you're working multiple remote jobs, your aim is to get a company that is about mid-sized or larger, that has a system put in place for you. When you get there, before you get there, you're not at this beginning startup with 10 people where, things are still rapidly changing and your work is highly visible. You don't want your work to be highly visible. You want to be as invisible as possible, but still get your job done, still get, everything done. But, you want to just slip through the cracks. You don't want to be known. You don't want to be seen. You don't want to be congratulated. You don't want all those accolades. because that's going to be more attention, and more attention means more responsibility. Oh, okay, yeah. Michael can handle this. Okay, yeah, let's give him a couple of let's have him lead a team. Let's have him lead a team so that he can help the growth and development of this department, yada yada yada. You do not want responsibility when it comes to, you know, working remote for two companies. You want to be as stealthy as possible. You want to be that guy that just does his work, does it well, does it just enough. Those are the two, quadrants you should be in. Doing your work well and doing it just enough, what is required of you as per your contractual agreement. But you never want to be in a position of leadership. That's too much attention. That's too much responsibility. And that's too much of your time that's going to be taken away. And plus, how much more are you getting in your salary with that leadership? It's not going to be an extra 130,000. It's not going to be an extra 160,000 like you getting two jobs. It's never going to be worth more than getting a second job. Yeah. And with one of those, with that site, what is this? What is this guy said? Good take on targeting larger companies for less visibility. Yeah, because I've worked at a startup where there's like 10 people. I worked at a startup where there was 10 people, and this was like in 2018. I worked there very briefly. Startups like that are sink or swim. You have so much responsibility, whatever level you're on, whether you're junior, mid-level, senior. A lot of these companies that are in those infant stages, they probably just raised a few rounds of seed funding. It's going to be like 14-hour days. You don't want that, man. You don't want that. You do not want that. So, like I said, try and avoid the jobs that are going to make you a more responsible worker, because that's not what you want. You want to be able to slip through the cracks and make sure that you can have enough time for yourself or another job. That's how I approach the working for more than one, company thing. Any more questions? It's almost 2 a.m. I'm going to give it about like maybe 15 or so minutes. For those of you who missed some of the earlier parts, I'm going to chop this up and put this replay up there. So are there any other questions, guys? Whilst learning a new skill like blockchain dev, is getting an IT help desk job a good option as an entry-level job? Are there better options? Well, it depends on the help desk and what type of skills you're learning at the help desk job. Like if you're learning things like Power Automate, Microsoft suite of tools, maybe some cloud tools, then yeah, it's good to start. But if like you don't have a lot of transferable skills, maybe you want to like just shy away from that. If you do need the job and it's in the industry that you're in or you're trying to get in, then I would say work the job. Yeah, because like the job market is rough out here. It's rough, especially on the American side. For the Americans, I know you're in London. I'd love to know which part of London you're in, because I've spent some time up there in North London near Colindale. I lived there for about 7 months, and total in 7 months, I split my trip into 2 different trips. But I had some cousins out in Colindale and Grand Park area, so would love to know what part of London you're from. I was in the NW9 region off that Colindale stop on the Northern Line. So But yeah, if you need the IT help desk job, just evaluate it, see what type of skills could be transferable to, blockchain development, and work it while you're learning, you know, and then see if you can put some of those skills on your resume. So when you do land that blockchain job, uh, you would at least have some sort of experience that's relatable. So it really just depends. It really depends. Let me see this. What do you say, Michael? Yeah, I can leave the full replay up. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll leave it up. And what does this person say? Yo, Rocky, I appreciate you for taking the time and dropping these jewels. Yes, yes, of course, man. Listen, I'm all about value on this page. I'm all about value on this page. I just want to provide value. Listen, there's a secret in business, there's a secret in life. Like, people think of, oh, how I'm going to make money online, how I'm going to make money online. That's not what you should be thinking. You should be thinking how I am going to provide value online. The money's going to follow once you provide value. It's going to follow. It's going to follow. I'm telling you, it's going to follow. Like, once you provide a valuable solution, people are going to chase that. People are going to come knocking, banging at your door for that solution. Trust me. You guys need to think more like that. And this is what employers don't want you to realize. This is why they're very, very tight about, where you're working, what you're doing. It's control. Like when you can control your environment, you're controlling what you eat, what you see, where you sleep, all that stuff. Like, there's people that sleep in offices. Remember, like, I think early 2010s and late, 2000s, you had a lot of these young, Ivy League grads at these companies like Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch dying in these offices because they had 18-hour days. They're making the money, yeah, but they're trying to climb that corporate ladder. They're trying to swim in an environment where it's sink or swim. There's been, I'm sure you can think of multiple cases. I can't really think of anyone off the head I didn't really like, but there was always once or so, every few 6 months or so, a company would come under the gun or radar for, how it's treating its employees and whatnot. They don't want you. So they don't want you to get that freedom because you're going to start thinking of how you can provide value for yourself. So that's one other thing. I have asked a lawyer about it. I did. I asked a tax professional and I asked a lawyer about it. And they basically, they'll tell you to read your contract and see what stipulations you have in your contract. Some employers have no problem with a remote work. Some don't explicitly list it in a contract. So technically it's legal. Technically you can't get fired for it because if it's not in your contract, you didn't sign to that. You didn't sign to having your hours solely for company A. But if it's in your contract and they catch you, then yeah, you're a goner. But if it's not explicitly listed in your contract, then technically it's allowed. So it really, really just depends. And like, I would always recommend spend that $100. If you're going to be making an extra salary of 100K, 120, spend that extra $100 and $200 for a session with a lawyer and ask them all those questions. Because every company is different. Every company's contract and stipulations is different. So I can't really answer that for everybody. So I definitely did ask a lawyer, 100%. Ask an accountant, ask a lawyer, I asked like a financial advisor, even how I should be investing the extra money. Like, I asked several people for advice. Always ask for advice. Always, especially if this is not your area of expertise. You save money, you save time, and you save headache. So you don't want that headache. Or you can avoid the headache by consulting that lawyer first, because they'll tell you what you can legally do to, avoid the headache, even if you are skating that line of ethics. He said, I'm thinking of going crazy and doing 5 at the same time. just remember this diagram. If you're going to do that, like, I don't want to, I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say, no, I don't do that. But if you're going to do that, please, diagram, please. You want to be as close to this as possible, right? You can even balance highly paid and low maintenance with low paid and low maintenance, just as long as that low maintenance is there. You want a job that's low maintenance if you're going to work multiple. Not all of them are going to be highly paid, but try and have all of them be low maintenance. And it takes time. Sometimes it may take you like 6 months. It took me like 5 months to find a second job, and I rejected, other job offers because I saw that they weren't going to be low maintenance. And that's not advantageous to me because I'm living in a different country. So I need another job that's either just as low maintenance as the current one I have or lower maintenance. So you got to be cognizant of that. You have to, please. If you're going to work multiple jobs, please get the low maintenance jobs. Even if it's low paid, right? It's low paid. You can stack a couple low paid, low maintenance jobs. That's cool. That's fine. Because if your job takes you like 4 hours a week to do, and you have 2 jobs like that, you might be getting like, I don't know, maybe like 70K from one and maybe like 85 or 90 from another. So altogether, that's probably like what, 90 plus 70, that's like 160 altogether. That's not super, especially with inflation and all that other stuff. That's not a lot, but it's just enough for one person. And if you're in a 2-person household where you have, your spouse working with you, you should be able to get by. But the most valuable thing you have is time. Time is your most valuable thing because you can invest that time into doing things for yourself and building businesses and systems for yourself. Like, even though I'm helping you guys work remote jobs and find remote jobs, ideally, I would want everyone to try and be as self-sufficient as they can, because when market downturns happen like this, you want to be good. You want to be able to feed yourself, feed your family. You don't want to have to be, let me bring that picture back. Hold up. You don't want to have to be doing this. Where is that? Where's that picture? Some of you might have missed it. You don't want to have to be doing that. You see that? That's the crabs. That's the workforce. I told ChatGPT to draw this picture. But yeah, this is what the workforce looks like right now. You open LinkedIn, you open some of these places, you've got a combination of ghost jobs, which I talked about in the beginning of the stream, which is like basically companies putting up jobs to make themselves look juicy to investors, like they're growing, or just to look like they're growing to the outside world, but they have no intention. I have talked to recruiters that I know personally that have told me that their higher ups told them to put jobs up that they've had up for months and they haven't interviewed a single soul. So yeah, there's jobs on the job market, but a lot of these jobs are ghost jobs. And then, you also have it to where these other companies that you've never heard of in these very niche spaces, they are hiring. They do need people, right? But you won't find them unless you're on these Web3 job boards, unless you've entered this space of AR, of blockchain, of, legacy development, of, niche finance. Like, you're not going to see that, Let me read some of these comments. Nah, they're not. Let me take this thing off, this brand off. All right, so Michael, you're asking some good questions. I love this, especially as I'm about to end the stream. I want to end with a bang. So, do you think the IRS might investigate you when you start getting two W-2s from multiple companies? Could you be charged with fraud for billing multiple companies for the same hours? No, they're not going to investigate you. Do you know how many people are doing that? That subreddit has what, 200,000 people in it. A lot of them, a good chunk of them, are doing this. It's just reporting your taxes the right way. Because there's a section in your tax form where past a certain, I think it's like the page 2 of your 1040 or something, where, and this is what the tax professionals told me, and she basically did this for me, the accountant. Like, again, talk to your accountants because they will know the answers to these questions. I'm not a tax professional, and this is not tax or financial advice. I do not, I'm not going to say I know that at all. I myself talk to a tax professional and a lawyer. These people will get you right. These people will get you right. These are the same tax lawyers and accountants that the rich people, they consult when they want to have accounts in the Cayman Islands and they want to put different accounts in different trust funds so it's not, seen by the IRS. But it's all legal. And they will tell you these strategies. They will tell you things that you can do to, number one, reduce the amount of taxes that you're going to owe come tax time. And number two, avoid being penalized by the IRS, but they're not going to investigate you. Like I said, you just might get penalized for filing your taxes wrong, but they're not going to investigate you. Like on some serious stuff, they're not. You'd have to be pushing and like laundering millions of dollars. I don't think they're going to, or maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars at the bare minimum. They're not going to investigate you. At least from what a lawyer told me, like just have a lawyer sit down with you, whether it be a tax lawyer, employment lawyer, figure out what your contract says, what you can get away with, what you need to put away, and that's it. I was never afraid of the IRS. All right, let me get back to some of these comments. Yes, Elon Musk says he doesn't, because you got to understand, Elon Musk knows what I'm saying is true. Once you have a small taste of freedom, it's addictive, like needle in your arm addictive. You're going to want to try and see what else you can free up in your life. And you're going to want to try and find solutions that are going to make you financially independent and not rely on Elon for the check. Yeah. He doesn't like people working remote for this reason. But if you're going to work remote, you got to navigate the space in a very savvy way. In a very, very savvy way. Yeah. Sean Price is like, yeah, now you know why. Now you know why he doesn't like people working remote. Okay, let me take a couple more questions. Thoughts on accepting positions for the sake of getting a check and not caring if you get fired? You basically be in business of mastering the interview process, job acquisition, and collecting checks. Yeah, that's called churn and burn. In that whole overemployment community, that's called churn and burn. The interview was the work. Because usually it takes a few months for you to get fired, right? So a lot of what people do in these companies when they're working remote is they're churn and burn experts. I'll put it in the chat for you guys. It's called churn and burn. They churning and they burning bridges. But yeah, they're basically just getting these interviews, getting the job, working very little or not working at all, waiting to get fired, but they're already interviewing and doing this with multiple other jobs. They're already doing this with multiple other jobs. So it's just like they don't care about getting fired. Some of these people are doing this churn and burn thing with like 3-4 different companies. Now, I don't really like this because it puts you in that perpetual interview mode, and it's not sustainable. Like the whole overemployment thing, and in general, it's hard to sustain. And this whole churn and burn method, it's messy. It's messy. It's really messy. I don't like it. And you don't know when you could cross paths with someone again, and you might need that someone, or you might need their reference or something. And it's good to have references, man. Like I said, I'm entrepreneurial minded, but still, I still like to keep a clean slate as much as I possibly can. So, although it in theory it sounds, yeah, the interview was the work. Yeah, the interview was the work. That's the work right there. The interview is the work. The interview was the work. That's the work right there, man. After the interview, it's you out, man. Like you've checked out mentally. Like you just got there, but you checked out mentally because you're thinking about the next interview, right? Because you can get a cash grab of 20K from a company before they have to fire you, and you keep just doing that. But I mean, in this market, it's going to be a little bit tougher to do that because people are more cautious about hiring. So, um, yeah, and if you're gonna do that, make sure you also go to your Sage stream. Well, this is for my people in the United States. This won't really apply to someone like London Lambo, but maybe the rules might be similar for you. But you want to freeze your Sage stream, your Novus. Um, there's these third-party credit evaluation companies that the credit bureaus themselves. So, Nexus Lexus and Sage Stream, Innovis, and they have a bunch of other subsidiary companies. A lot of these companies are just under the same umbrella, right? So Experian and all that other stuff, they use a lot of these companies, but then they own these companies themselves. So you want to freeze your employment data. I forget the name of the one that's for employment. Like it just has there's like credit companies for everything or credit check companies for everything. There's your rent, like there's like check systems for, whether you've had bank accounts and you've ever overdraft. If you overdraft, check systems knows about it. Check system knows about it, and that goes that negatively affects you on your credit report. It can, so there's a lot of these credit reporting agencies, these smaller ones that are bigger than a TransUnion, Equifax, Experian, and they are used by those bigger companies for other types of data. There's thousands of data points on every American, and there's, like I said, there's companies that are specifically devoted to capturing data on you for a specific part of your life. Like I said, when you rent, when you like car loans, like there's a bunch of them. There's the whole list of them. So I would say for the employment ones, you freeze that and make sure you basically don't have anyone knowing like where or when you've been employed, because they don't need to know that, especially if you're going to be trying to churn and burn. Yeah, it's a great way to add to earn a bad reputation in the industry. Yeah, you don't want that. Tech industry is big, but then it's kind of small at the same time. I've definitely worked with someone at a new job that I knew at an old job, so definitely don't do that. Or if you're gonna do it, don't do it too much, man. Don't abuse it. Don't abuse it. Because it's easy to get money that way, but don't abuse it, man. So I'm gonna take one more round of questions. Also, if you guys feel so inclined, please hit the Cash App. It would help your brother make some extra money so I can make these streams for you guys. But yeah, as you can see, I tried to incorporate as much information and as much game as I could to make sure you came away with some value on the stream. So hook your brother up if you can. But yeah, I'll take a few more questions before I get out of here. It's like almost 2 o'clock, and I need some shut eye. And we've been going at it for almost 4 hours. Wow, it's pretty great for my first stream. And shout out to everybody that's been rocking with me since day one and been rocking with me since I press play or press live, whatever the button is. So here's an applause. Yeah, sure thing. And I'm going to, like you asked, I'm going to leave the full live up. I'll leave the full live up so that you can watch it on 2x speed and basically get the talking points and the value that you want to get from that. So definitely. It's almost 5 a.m. here. Oh, thanks for rocking with me, London Lambo, man. London Lambo. Shout out to London Lambo. He's been around since day one. Shout out to him. Let me get the God. We got London in the. I can't even do the British accent. Let me stop. Them girls are peng. I like that word. Peng. What's the other one y'all use? Buff. She's buff or she's fit. What's another one that y'all allow it. Shout out to London Lambo one more time for London Lambo. Shout out to you for being on a stream at 5 a.m. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Amazing stream. Shout out to Ozzy. Another day one. Shout out to Ozzy. Appreciate you, Ozzy. Listen, I love all my subs. Let me just check my other phone because I don't know if anyone has hit me on the Cash App. Give me a second. Baby. Give me 1 second, guys. Sabe também outro celular? Baby. Sabe onde está meu outro celular? No. You know about other phone?
4 hours, man. I was moving to the phone and trying to go there. There's no phone.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for my other phone because that's where I got Cash App on. All right, whatever, man. Let me just get back to the stream. Do I have Cash App on this phone? Okay, yeah, I do. Am I logged in? Fuck, I'm not logged in. Okay. So I want to, shout out anybody that's definitely dropped a. You find it? All right, appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, let me start reading these. I got one. I knew somebody must have got one. Okay, I hope BA is still in the chat. Sorry, I'm just seeing this. This was 9 minutes ago, but let me go to that. Let me go to that. But shout out to BA. He sent me $20. Shout out to BA. Thank you. Anything is appreciated because, again, you guys are spending time with me here on a Saturday night. Like Jay-Z said, you could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. So appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Shout out to BA. He is a day one. And I'm going to continue. Like, this is my first live. I'm still getting acquainted to the software, still getting acquainted to throwing and having quality live streams, right? Because I like when people feel engaged, they feel appreciated, and they feel like they came away with some sort of value from, a live stream. I mean, you guys just spent 4 hours with me, and I hope, and by some of your comments, I know I was able to help some people, And that's what ultimately I want. I want to build this community. I love your questions. I love the engagement. I love, learning the slang. It's lang, not paying. Okay. Let me learn some slang, brother. Let me learn some slang, brother. So, uh, yeah, appreciate you guys. Those links for remote work you shared earlier, are there any of them specific to companies outside of the US? Um, so they do have a lot of companies on some of those links that are outside the US. Like there are a lot of companies that are on these pages that are operating outside the US, but it's just a mix. It's a mix of American companies, a mix of European companies. So like I said, I'm gonna put I'm gonna put the stream up for you so you can go watch it. Um, so shout out to Michael though for asking some brilliant questions. Shout out to Michael. Let's get Michael an air horn. Shout out to Michael for all of the nice questions. I like cool questions. Questions that are also going to help others learn as well because that's the point of this stream. Let me. Yeah. 10 out of 10 stream and info. Been sub since you came to Floyd's channel. I've been tuning in. Yeah. I know a lot of people, they want to live this life. And the way I see it is enough for everybody to go around, man. It's enough. It's more than enough. You just gotta know how to do it and where to find it. And if I can help you do that, then fine. Yeah. You know, that's what I do with those travel routers, man. This is like I couldn't keep it to myself. Why? It's like I've helped people. Like I've legitimately helped people. Like I've helped this guy from Canada, like essentially move to Europe with his family. I'm like, oh shit! Like he's moving to a country because of this. He like has this Canadian job, you know. A few people. I meet some interesting people. I met a guy who's actually coming to Brazil. Cameroonian guy. Today I set it up for him. Um, Setting up for different people who have different aspirations of freedom. You know what I mean? And this is what I was saying before about a value add. You add something to the world that's gonna be valuable. Like the router thing is like you're giving people their freedom. People literally hounding me down for this sometimes. Like, oh, like I'm sure you guys have seen some of my comments. Oh, I message you before I even get to wake up or come back from like swim lessons or something. I'm like seeing this comment from somebody who's like trying to get me to fix one of these routers and set it up so he can work abroad. That's value. That's freedom. You know what I mean? Yes, this is key freedom for us. This is key freedom. You know what I mean? Freedom is the name of the game, man. It's the name of the game. Is try and own as much of yourself as possible. And remote work can help you do that. Remote work can like think about it, right? And I'll just before I end, I'll just like uh end on this. My expenses here with my wife in a very touristy neighborhood. It's about $1,200, give or take. Sometimes less, maybe sometimes a little bit more. But for two people in a touristy neighborhood, and much of the global South, so countries in Africa, countries in South America, countries in East Asia, you're going to be paying that for your rent and expenses, right? 350 gets you a bomb ass place, depending on where you go in Indonesia, in Thailand, in South Africa, in Brazil, in a lot of places in the Caribbean. Like there's only a handful of countries. There's only a handful of countries that you go to where the rent is going to be like $2,000. That's United States, Canada, UK. You know what I mean? Um, Japan, I think, is it's kind of expensive, but mainly in Tokyo. But if you go to much of the global South, you can live a very fulfilled life off of like 100K. Like you don't even need that. You know, I would hope that people aspire to make as much that that their heart desires and be as ambitious as they possibly can be. But with this whole remote work thing and living in another country, it's a game changer. And if you're working 2 remote jobs and your expenses are $1,000, you're saving thousands a month. Like me and my wife were having a wedding ceremony in a couple months, right? It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be beautiful. My family's coming out and everything. And I was basically able to pay for almost everything. As a couple paid for everything. But obviously, my salary's more. So I mean, you know what I mean? So, but I was able to do that. I was able to take my wife to New York, spend 2 months there. We went to Houston, went to what's it called? Went to Ohio, where I went to school. I had a friend's wedding. I went there, went back there. We were able to do a lot of travel. Yo, we traveled so much last year. It was crazy. We were in Recife. We were in Porto Seguro. We were in where else did we go? We were in Sao Paulo. Again, we went to New York. We stayed in the States for 2 months. So I mean, we live good. I mean, I don't make a whole lot of money. Just 1 or 2 remote jobs and saving that extra bit of money. You're able to pay for things. Like when I was living in New York and I was making 6 figures, half my rent would be half my check off bat would be living expenses. 2,100, boom, rent, just rent. We're not even talking about light bill, cable bill, gas bill, car note, um, you know, insurances. You want to get the best quality private insurance that's comparable to the United States? It's $95 out here for 2 people. $95. I want to make a video, and that was one of my next videos before I had this stream, and it's just detailing the expenses and what you can get for, and I mean really, really going. And some people a lot of people, even the ones that live here in Brazil, like a lot of these content creators, they just narrowly brush over it. They don't really, really give you a detailed list and a detailed sort of view of what you would be spending. Like, come live in the global south, man. Go live somewhere in Africa. Rwanda is coming up. Kenya. Go live somewhere in East Asia with that remote job. It's very beneficial. Trust me, it's one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. And if I can help you guys do that as well, I'm happy. I've done my job. Listen, Rocky, I'm hitting up Salvador Bahia soon, trying to get that remote job first. If you need any help, listen, reach out to me, Rocky at rirtmedia.com. I'm going to show you guys. Let me show you my site. So, like, if you guys have tech-related questions or career-related questions, like, I have no problem just, chopping it up with you over a consultation or so. So just hit me on my site, rirtmedia.com. I wanted to go in the back end. Yeah. Hit me up. Go to consultations. I'm also working on a course as well. If you want some updates about when that course is going to be out, it's going to be called the Savvy Expat. I'm still deciding on the name, but you could join the waitlist here at rirtmedia/courses. I want to teach everything from credit building, so you can get these credit cards that are going to allow you to travel. Yo, when me and my wife went to the United States last year, we paid $600 and that's peak season. We were in July. July is middle of peak season. Usually tickets are like what, 1,800 or 1,200 or so, between 12 and 1,800 per person, but paid 600 for both of us because I had these travel points. You know, I've had flights where I flew from New York to Sao Paulo for $14. I just paid the taxes because I've sat down and I've learned how you can accumulate these travel points, fly, business and first class and whatnot for basically the points that you accumulate. I want to teach that stuff, man. I want you guys to learn that stuff. I'm going to also teach you how to set up the travel router in the course. I'm going to teach you how to find remote jobs. Like all this stuff I just talked about, like when I put it into notes and then make it into lessons, like this is ad hoc right now. So like, it's a little bit, um, I'm still finding my way around a live stream thing. But when I make the actual on demand videos, when I sit down, edit that and like make points and stuff, like you guys are gonna come away with a lot from this course. So I want to, because I get a lot of the same questions. I'm like, you know what? Why not just teach people at scale? Teach people at scale. Why not? I want you guys to have the best lives that you can in this time that we're living in, where remote work is so ubiquitous. Because I just think about like my parents who were like immigrants. They were immigrants, came here when came to the United States when they were 22. Like if they had this opportunity to do this, what would they do with it? And who would they help? And I mean, you see me. Look at this. This is in Chapada. That's me when I had the braids. But yeah, I'm in Chapada, man. This was beautiful. I want you guys to be able to like have experiences like that. I want you to like have experiences like that. So, sign up for the wait list. It's still in development, still making videos and everything. So yeah, definitely gonna have a lot of value jam-packed in that. Let me see what Michael is saying. Michael, all your videos are jam-packed with value. So if you have any thoughts for which you have a inkling of making a video for, just do it, man. They're all appreciated. Appreciate you, Michael. Appreciate the excellent questions and comments. Give one. Yeah, man. I like listen, value is the name of the game, man. And that's what I want to provide you guys with. I'm not a gatekeeper. You guys see, I'm not a gatekeeper because like I said, there's a lot to go around, enough to go around for everybody. So I will help you get there. I'm grinding too, man. A lot of stuff got hectic after I returned back to the Matrix. We're gonna make it. Yes, you are gonna make it. You are gonna make it. I will drink to that. Racket Club, you will make it. Hold up. Let me. Where's the air horn? Day one sub. Shout out to Sewer Rat. I shouted you out like way early in the stream, like first 10 minutes, because I wanted to make sure, because this stream is about a few things. It's about celebrating 1K, celebrating my birthday, and celebrating 1,000 subs. And part of me celebrating that 1,000 subs is celebrating my day one subs, right? And Sewer Rat is one of them. So shout out to Sewer Rat. Round of applause for him. It's giving me. You're definitely appreciated. You're late to the party, but definitely appreciated, bro. But like I said, for everyone who came late or came at various points during this live stream, I'm going to definitely put this up in its entirety so you can get value from the different parts of the stream that are of interest to you. Sorry. And then also in the description of the live stream, I do have the chapters and topics I talked about in the stream. I'll go and revise this and add some timestamps so that you can navigate the stream. And yeah, that's it, man. That's it. Like I said, I appreciate you all for kicking it with me tonight. You guys are amazing. I fully enjoyed this. And like I said, I'm finding my groove, but every stream is going to be better. Every stream is going to be better with me. I'm going to keep on pushing. I'm going to keep on providing value. And just let me know what type of content you guys want to see in the streams, what questions you got. I really enjoyed all your questions from Michael, from Ozzy, from everyone, your comments from BA. Shout out to BA if he's still here, from London Lambo. Shout out London. Shout out South London. Shout out Brixton. We got Brixton in the house. He's up at 5 a.m. Listen to me. Yo, listen, bro. Shout out to you, man. One more time for London Lambo. My bad. London Lambo. One more time. One more time. One more time. He's up at 5 a.m. He's up at 5 a.m. in London, kicking it with Rocky, getting this game. I appreciate all of you. Brand G, Racket Club. A lot of you have been here for a long time. TCB World Travel. Shout out to you. Everybody that Harvey H, everybody that commented, that engaged in this stream, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it, man. I was supposed to have this stream on the 2nd, but I was doing a lot of things to make sure that I really, because I don't want to come on the stream and start talking, you know what I mean? Because I see a lot of content creators that just come on the stream and start talking, and a lot of them are really disrespectful to their subscribers. And I just can't rock with that. You guys just sat here. Some of you just sat here for 3 hours with me, 3-4 hours with me, kicking it. You guys sat here, soaked up with this game with me, asked me brilliant questions. I shared some experience with you, celebrated milestones with you. So I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I celebrating the 1K with y'all. Listen, I appreciate that. Every 1,000, I think 35 of you right now, I appreciate whether you just came, whether you've been with me from day one like Sewer Rat. I appreciate y'all all the same. And I'm here to provide value for y'all. That's it. I'm here to provide value for you guys because I have experiences that I've had in this life that have helped me and have, shaped who I am. And if I can help other people and help other people be free, just leave the matrix, of course, why not? There's enough of it to go around. Look at this vastness that you could be exploring right here. Look at this vastness that you could be exploring in the depths of Bahia. This is in Chapada. Chapada is another excellent place. Excellent place to visit in Bahia. So definitely, I appreciate all you guys, man. I appreciate all you guys. So, and if you could, again, helps me make these streams, hit the Cash App. That'd be appreciated. But I'm going to end it here for tonight. I appreciate all of you guys. To the people in the States, you guys have a good night. It's probably about 12 a.m. there. And to my man London Lambo, it's Lang. I'm gonna work on my British slang, man. I'm trying to be about that in it. No, I'm terrible. Let me not even try. Let me not even try. Let me not even try. Cause like what was that? Like bruh, what was that? Like that was terrible. Anyway, I'm gonna let y'all go, man. It's been really good kicking it with y'all. And like I said, I appreciate y'all. Great stream. It's great. It was great kicking it with y'all, man. I like it. I love this community that I'm building. A lot of you young Black men, trying to travel the world and work 4 remote jobs, like like Michael up here trying to work 5 jobs. Hey, listen, I respect the hustle. Just tread lightly, bro. Remember this. Remember this. You want the high pay, low maintenance. Low pay, low maintenance, but always low maintenance. We got one life to live, and those experiences and those things that make you feel alive are very important. But like I said, I want to help you guys get there. Definitely. And thanks to everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream for tonight. And I appreciate you too for kicking it. I'm gonna put the live stream up in its entirety. I appreciate Surat. I appreciate you, Michael Amondi. I appreciate you, Racket Club, London Lambo, Charles Jones. I forgot to shout out my man, Charles Jones. What up, Charles Jones? I hope you're still in the stream. If you're not, peace be with you. Who else we got in here? We got a couple other people. Ozzy. Yes, sir. This is the key for freedom for us. Yep. There we go. Yeah, so I appreciate the interview was the work. The churn and burn, that's funny. Sean Price, appreciate all of you guys, man. I'm about to end the stream. It's like we're coming up on exactly 4 hours. So I'm gonna let you guys go and rest too. Enjoy your Saturday, enjoy your Sunday, enjoy your weekend. Peace and the Almighty be with you. And take care. And again, hit me up if you need one of these travel routers set up. If you need any, career advice or consultations on how to basically navigate this remote space. Yeah, and I'm available. Hit me up on my site. Hit me up on you can hit me up on Instagram. This is my site, Rocky in Real Time, or RIRT.com. So you can hit me up there. And just the site. So join the wait list for the course. I'm gonna put the site in the description real quick. Peace, everybody. Peace. All right. Take care, brothers and the sisters. A few of you are here. Take care. Salute.